the doors for noise if it gets too loud. So, Mr. Jones, can you hear me? Well, obviously there's a lot of Mr. Jones in here. Mr. Jones, can you hear me in the rotunda? Okay, no.
Alan.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me speak?
No.
He cannot hear me speak. Okay. All right. Just try to keep the. All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our June 2024 Planning Commission case. I am Darren Ledford. I'll be sitting in as the chair for this first part of our meeting. As part of my opening remarks, I will note our typical procedure for review of each case item. I believe there are slides that have been playing overhead that describe some very important information. Just real quick, how many of you all have ever been to a planning commission meeting before? Raise your hand. How many of you have never been to a planning commission meeting? Okay, that's what I was thinking. Planning commissioners have received the staff reports for the cases on today's agenda and have time to review the cases information prior to this meeting. So to save time, we will use the procedures for cases. For those cases with staff recommendations to approve or approve with conditions, I will ask the staff if anyone has notified that they would like to speak in opposition to the case or to the conditions. If you are here to speak in opposition and you have not registered, don't fret. We do have rules for that, and everybody, well, I'm not going to say everyone will have an opportunity to speak given the number of folks in the room because we have a 9-minute limit. But I believe that opposition, if I am correct, by getting here a little bit early, has elected a representation. Okay. The applicant will have 7 minutes to present their case, and there will be 9 minutes for opposition and 2 minutes to respond by the applicant. Please direct your comments to the Planning Commission, not to the audience, not to the applicant. That's very, this is not a cheerleading session. This is a business meeting. So I do ask that you please do that. Once the Planning Commission takes action, if you have questions, you can contact one of our staff members in the next several days as a follow-up. Note that for most requests other than subdivisions, Planning Commission makes a recommendation, and the final action will be taken by the next level at the county commission or the city council. And that is where the final decision will be made. Now, that's important to note at the Planning Commission level because a lot of people think that this is the final yes or no on a project. No, this is a recommendation body that sends a recommendation onto the final decision makers, either at the county commission or the city council. So I think that's real important to note, given the number of folks that we have in the room that have never been to a Planning Commission meeting before. So with that, we are going to, with no objection from the county commission, we will move, I believe, a particular case. Brian, that's case number
0101. That's correct. Number 19 on your agenda.
Okay.
That's the 7900 and 7912 Hickson Springs Road.
So we're going to move that to the top of the agenda because I believe that is the one that most of you are here for. And I would remind, due to fire code regulations, that door must not be blocked, ladies and gentlemen. You must clear that door. That is a fire code violation. And now that I've said it publicly, the fire marshal's on his way up. We want to ensure everyone's safety. So please do not block that door. If you're still standing in front of the door and not listening to my instructions, then please do not block the entrance and the exit to this room. Thank you so much. Brian, will you go ahead? We have case number 2024-0101 that we're going to move to the top of the agenda today. Chattanooga Engineering Group 7900 and 7912 Hickson Springs Road, Hamilton County. This is a special permit residential planned unit development. Mr. Schultz, please.
Sure. Again, this is case 2024-0101. This is not a rezoning of the property. It's zoned A1. You can see on the screen, there's 2 square boxes that are R5. That's typically for single wide manufactured homes. But this property is zoned A1. It's roughly 106 acres in size. The applicant submitted a site plan because this is a PUD, and a site plan or PUD plan, if you will, is required to be submitted. Shows 185 units. That's roughly a density of 1.74 dwelling units per acre. Look at the zoning map. Everything around this is A1. You do have a little R5 scattered about on Roberts Mill. Here's an aerial view of the site. You can see the north is agriculture uses. To the northeast of the site's agricultural. To the east along Mill Creek Road is single unit residential. To the south of the site along Hickson Springs and Roberts Mill Road is single unit residential. And to the left or the west of this site along Hickson Springs Road is single family detached residential. Here's an aerial view, image of the site. This is the entrance to the site. This is across from the site, south of the site. This is the intersection of Hickson Springs and Roberts Mill Road. The site's just on the right-hand side of this picture. This property is located in one of our older plans from 1997, the Walden Ridge area, plateau area plan, which recommends low density residential. Some of the plan goals are to have detached single unit residential and preserve pristine natural areas in Walden's Ridge. Again, we're currently undertaking a plan in Walden's Ridge. It's not been adopted yet, so we still use this adopted plan as our guidance. Here's the site plan or PUD plan that was submitted with the application. You see one entrance off into this development at the intersection of Hickson Spring and Roberts Mill. You can see these lots are all clustered around in one general location. Again, the property is 106 acres. The intention, I believe, because these are smaller lots, looks like it's using a decentralized step system rather than traditional septic. If that's the case, these lots will be much bigger, but they're clustered around this area to the south. Again, that's why they're doing a PUD. This request will introduce a new, smaller lot development form to the area, which you don't see along Roberts Mill. Staff does have concerns that the current infrastructure and public services can handle an increase in density in this location. Again, the applicant has not indicated on the application if the site will be served by septic or decentralized step sewer system. When that staff report was written, that's prior to us reaching out to the applicant. We did find out that the intentions are to use decentralized step sewer system on this property. The closest public sewer line is approximately 2.5 miles to the east of the site on Dayton Pike. On the site plan, a portion of the 60 acres of open space will be used for open space, but most of that will be used for the sewer system if that is chosen to control site sewage on this property. If that's the case, the applicant may need to amend their PUD plan in the future to make these changes. Staff recommends the applicant revise the site plan to protect sloped areas on the site. With all that being said, staff recommends deferring this application for 30 days to allow the staff and the applicant to speak to different public service departments, including the following. Most times we don't recommend what to do in that 30-day period, but this time we're recommending what should happen. The applicant should reach out to Hamilton County Groundwater Protection to determine if smaller lots can be built on septic tanks. Number two, discuss with WWTA the possibility of a decentralized sewer system on this property. Talk to the fire department to understand the fire service capabilities and concerns and access from EMS along Roberts Mill Road. So staff recommends to defer this request. As you might expect based on the room, we received well over 100-something emails in opposition to this request. I want to thank Emily for responding to every one of those and logging those into the log sheet that you have in front of you. It's been a lot the past 2 weeks. So you have all the opposition comments in front of you. With that being said, staff recommends to defer this application for 30 days.
Okay, before we begin the process, I'll try to set a few ground rules so that we'll have a good and productive meeting. First, let me recognize Commissioner Shipley is in attendance. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. He's totally ignoring me back there. That's okay. So here's the way we'll have 7 minutes for the applicant to present the case. We will have 9 minutes total for opposition. That means that some of you will not have an opportunity to say what you need to say, but thankfully we have a system in place, Emily, for response. And we did receive all of your emails, and the commission does read those emails. So we have heard what you have had to say, and I believe that points have been made very, very strongly. 2 minutes response for the applicant. So to start us off, I will ask the applicant if they are present. I do have an applicant present. And then I'm anticipating quite a few hands. If there's any opposition present, if you'll raise your hands, please. Okay, thank you very much. So 7 minutes will kick us off. We do have a timer right back here. Ms. Gilkinson, if you'll keep the time for us and help me out here. We'll start with our applicant presentation for 7 minutes, please.
Thank you, commissioners, and thank you, everyone. So staff, thank you. I think you did a great job summarizing the project. I've had ample opportunity to speak about the project and share about it before. I see a lot of faces, as you noted, a lot of them are here in opposition, and there's not a lot of time for them to speak. So I'm going to yield the floor to them. I'd like to reserve 1 minute of my time, so I have 3 minutes rebuttal, and yield the rest of my time to them so that they can present and share their concerns.
I appreciate that, but we'll stay with the 7, 9, and the 2 so that we don't start a precedence that we cannot uphold in a future meeting. But I do appreciate that. That's a very kind gesture. So do we have a representation for the opposition? There you go. If you would, sir, please come up and state your name and your address, and then we'll start the clock at 9 minutes for you.
Yes, sir. My name is Barry Glasscock. I live at 1523 Laurel Breeze Drive, Signal Mountain. My property adjoins Spangler Farms. I do have handouts if I could give those out to everyone. We feel the residential PUD rezoning request should be denied for many reasons. Reasons include, number one, the residential PUD is not compatible with the surrounding land use, zoning, or lot sizes. Lots adjoining Spangler Farms range from small to large acreage tracts. This is a rural area with less density of homes per acre. Number two, the proposed 185 single-family homes on 33.7 acres as shown on the applicant's preliminary plat is roughly 5.49 homes per acre. The high density number of homes requested per acre is much higher than other developments or land use in the area and the current A1 zoning. What hardship exists for the applicant that didn't exist for all the other developers in the area that chose to develop without rezoning? Number three, the residential PUD development could add another 400 to 500 vehicles per day to Roberts Mill Road, an intersection with Sawyer and Hickson Springs roads. Traffic mitigation at this intersection will be needed. Tennessee crash data for Roberts Mill Road from 2014 until May 2024 includes the following: 169 total crashes, 26 crashes with injury, 1 crash with fatality, 142 crashes with property damage. Ingress and egress to Spangler Farms is by 20 to 22 foot wide roads with no shoulders all the way to Taft Highway and Dayton Boulevard, which does not comply with current county road standards. Number four, a petition opposing the residential PUD request was submitted to the RPA on June 6th with 1,007 signatures. Concerns include environmental impact issues, overcrowding of the Signal Mountain school systems, fire and EMS service concerns, water capacity, and water pressure issues. Number five, the developers have stated several times that Spangler Farm property does perk and individual septic systems can be used. Jim Lee with Thousand Hills Company, who owns the property, told several residents it was estimated they could build 85 to 110 homes on the property using individual septic systems. Based on this information provided by Mr. Lee, we respectfully request the applicant withdraw their residential PUD request and devise a compatible development plan for the site, which includes larger lots with individual septic systems. This development model would conform with the rural characteristics of the surrounding land use and substantially lower the density of homes placed on the property. We respectfully request the Regional Planning Commission deny the residential PUD request for Spangler Farms. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glasscock. We have 6 minutes left.
Thank you. My name is Tommy Farmer. I do appreciate you allowing me to speak today. Regarding some of the concerns that we as a community have regarding the proposed residential PUD. I am a long-term resident of 7935. If you notice, I am the single where the sign says single unit residence behind those 2 ponds. My border and Dr. Priestman's border, we border the majority of that with the Glasscocks. For over 3 decades, I've been a resident on Signal Mountain with over 3 decades of investment in this neighborhood. I'm here to express my opposition to the proposed development and request that you deny this zoning. My primary issues that I wish to address due to the time constraints pertain potentially to the hazardous effects of the proposed high-density community septic drainage system with an estimated output of potentially 50,000 gallons of human waste per month from approximately 200 plus residential homes There is a significant risk of contamination to both my family's well system, which has provided reliable, safe drinking water for us for more than 30 years, and the natural waterways such as Rogers Creek that flow directly to North Chickamauga Creek. Of particular concern is the type of proximity and the proposed drainage area, drip area sited on a 20% slope, which is can't see in this area, a higher elevation feet for the proposed area that is only feet away from my well. Research and discussions with operators utilizing this type or similar systems indicate a failure of similar systems, often due to clogged drains, power outages, which are very common in our area, affluent seepage from saturated soils, and heavy rain. Furthermore, other records from TDEC, Division of Water Control Resources, reveal a concerning number of open complaints regarding failing drip draining systems such as this one, with ongoing investigations and pending notices of violation. The area regulations are A1 zoning, allowing for a max density not to exceed 2 dwellings per acre, not the proposed 3 to 4 dwellings per acre in total land use. The proposed community septic drip system is not a sanitary sewer, nor is it near an approved sewer system. Current A1 zoning regulations require a minimum of 25,000 square foot per single family lot for a septic system. The developer is asking for this type of system to be employed. Plus, then it would require Hamilton County taxpayers and tax dollars to take over, maintain, and assume the liability for such a system. The potential consequences of such a system's malfunction are grave, ranging from environmental contamination to infrastructure strain and even health hazard for my family and my neighboring residents. Given the risk compounded by the mountainous terrain, slope, change in elevation, and the proximity to residential wells and waterways, I implore this Regional Planning Commission to deny the proposed residential PUD for Spangler Farms. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. We have about 2 minutes, 41 seconds left.
Thank you. I have some handouts. I'm Susan Crowell with the North Chickamauga Creek Conservancy, and I live actually up in Soddy Daisy, but not in the community. My primary concerns with this and our concerns as an agency is the proximity of this. We really implore you to make very careful decisions about this. Our particular concern is water quality. If you look at the site under consideration, it is located at this point. This outline in blue is actually the North Chickamauga Creek State Park, the Gorge State Park. That's 7,000 acres of pristine, wonderful, preserved area. The area in green is the North Chickamauga Creek itself. The area in orange shows that a major tributary to the North Chickamauga Creek comes from this development. It actually, in some of the state records that have been done assessing this site, states that Rogers Creek actually originates on this property. So it goes directly into the North Chick. This little pin is the Blue Hole. I don't know how many of you know about the Blue Hole, but it's very popular. We are overloved until we get more resources. Importantly is we want to see this done right. We do not oppose development, but we oppose development in haste, and we oppose development that is not appropriate for the circumstances. The proximity of this to the state natural area, state park, is important. I reached out this morning and talked with some of the state officials about the visitors. This park has, in May, recorded over 14,000 visitors. In June, July, and August, they're expecting 26,000 per month. And in the fall, it's 10 to 15,000 each month. There's a lot of people using this water, kayaking, trout fishing, swimming. We don't want it contaminated. We are a little concerned about that aspect of this development. I just appreciate your time. Any questions from us? We're here, but we want to protect that creek and that property and the people who enjoy it.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you.
We have about 10 seconds. Mr. Glasscock, Mr. Farmer, 10 seconds left.
So I'll take it.
I want every minute you have, every second, sir.
I would only say the reference was made to the 1987 growth plan. And a growth plan has two sides of it. It has the proposed growth that we're going to do, and it also has what infrastructures need to change about what we need to accommodate that growth. We're not even close to accommodating the growth plan from 1987 in terms of infrastructure.
Thank you, sir. All right. So I have sat through a lot of opposition cases, and I just wanted to tell you that was the most orderly and professional opposition case I had ever seen. Now we will move into the 2-minute rebuttal or response from the applicant. Mr. Lee, you want to take the stand for us again? It's like we're on a jury trial.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Farmer and Mr. Glasscock, and Mr. last name Susan. So I appreciate that. So it was never our intention to do something that would get this much opposition or contention. When we looked at the site, it's a beautiful site. We felt it was perfect for a PUD because what a PUD allows us to do is shrink lot sizes and actually reduce the density that's allowed from the legal land use, which would be 212 units, 2 units per acre, 106. Reduce that, shrink it so that we can actually expand the amount of perimeter that is remaining untouched. So as you see, we have 12,000 linear feet of perimeter. There's lot lines only on 1,800 or so of that linear footage. So 85% of that perimeter is preserved from lot lines. And then there's 60 acres set aside that's open. 6 of that acreage would be for the decentralized system, and 6 of that acres would be for the backup of it. So that's a 12 acres total of that 60 acres set aside. And as you'll notice, some of that is greenery, some of that is trees, and some of that is lakes. So we thought this was great, a great plan. We were excited about it. We thought that people would be excited about it and would appreciate the reduction in density, appreciate the things that we were doing. This was the perfect opportunity for a PUD. We see now that this is not appreciated and that our excitement is not shared, and it's quite the opposite. So respectfully, we would agree with actually Mr. Glasscock and agree that it is right to withdraw this application. We have a lot of work to do apparently and a lot of studying to do. We need to meet with the Conservancy and study what is feasible and what will work on this site. So thank you.
Thank you. And let me also note, many years on this commission, that is also one of the most professional responses and acts of collaboration. Thank you, Mr. Lee. I will now open the floor up. Questions or comments from fellow commissioners?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, per the applicant's request, I'd like to make a motion that this case be withdrawn.
We have a motion to this case being withdrawn. It has a second. Are there questions or comments before we vote? All those in favor of withdrawal say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Congratulations, it's withdrawn. Now, if you would, there are a lot of folks in this room and we have a lot of business to take care of this afternoon. So if you would exit quietly and quickly, we'll take a 2 or 3 minute recess and come back.
I feel like I just gave you the opportunity to make a bunch of people happy. I mean, I don't normally get that opportunity. It's not every day.
I should run.
You should run for.
I should run.
You should. You just did great. Where did my packet go? I left it in here.
You can have it right here. Mine's digital. Sorry, that's yours, by the way. That work?
Yeah, you made them all happy. Got a fellowship pack. I mean, come on.
Come on.
All right. Well, hello, everybody. My name is Ethan Collier, and I chair the Hamilton County Regional Planning Commission. Thank you, Councilman Ledford, for filling in for me. I do want to, I think the goal was to get as many people out of here as quickly as possible so that you can go be productive in some other capacity. And thank you, Councilman Ledford, for trying to accomplish that. But there are a number of you that are still here, and I'd like to get a show of hands if you're here in regards to case 2024-0085, which is located at 520 Roberts Mill Road. Please raise your hand. Okay, we'd like to hear that. I'd like to go ahead and move that to the top of our agenda, and we'll see what we can do to get everybody back to work. Can I also confirm that we have an applicant here for case 2024-0085? You're the applicant. You are the applicant. Is the applicant present for this? You are. Okay, thank you. Mr. Schultz.
Sure. This is case 2024-85, located at 520 Roberts Mill Road. This is a request to rezone from A1 to O1 for an office, a nonprofit organization. It's 0.87 acres in size. Looking at the zoning map, you see this is at a corner of Falls View Lane and Roberts Mill. Everything around this property is A1. It's A1 to the north, south, east, and west. There is no other office zone in this general area. There's been no recent zoning history for this piece of property. Again, as I stated a minute ago, there is no O1 zone property near this location. Here's an aerial view of the site. You see to the northeast is the institutional church. To the east is single unit residential. To the south is single unit residential. And to the west is single unit residential. So everything abutting this property is single unit detached, or again, a church to the northeast. This property is located in the flood zone, 100-year flood hazard area. You can build in the floodplain as long as you elevate. Here's a view of the site. This is the single-family home, and to the brown structure here, this is another structure on the site that will be used for the office. Here's another view of the site from Falls View Drive. The area in question is this little structure sitting here. Another view from Falls View Drive, and you can see the church right of the picture. North of the site, which is a single-family dwelling. East of the site, the single-family dwelling. South of the site, a single-family dwelling. The site's just on the right-hand side of this picture. Here's a site plan that was submitted with a request. You can see Roberts Mill to the right, Falls View Drive just to the south, and here's the two structures that are on the side itself. One says a single-family dwelling, and then a storage building, which is that brown structure. Just some history on this piece of property. This property has an existing structure that was built on the corner side yard, and the corner side setback is out of zoning compliance. This is at Falls View Drive. My understanding, this applicant has been cited by the Hamilton County for a setback violation. The applicant has appeared before Board of Zoning Appeals, and the application was denied for a setback variance because it's 20 foot along this corner. That's the requirement. The applicant is seeking to rezone, alleviate the corner side setback issue. Rezoning to a non-residential zone in a residential area is not the appropriate zoning tool to alleviate the setback violation. You can see the bottom right. This is the structure in question with this fence and this structure that's sitting here. It's violating the zoning code setbacks for a corner lot in the A1 zone. Now, with that being said, the applicant did have some uses listed. Most of those uses are permitted in the current zone, the A1 zone. So the request for O1 is not compatible with adjacent land uses in the area. That's primarily single family and church. There's no office uses nearby. Again, there's no O1 office district zone property near the site. Approving O1 at this location would set the precedent for future requests and could be considered a spot zone at this location. The current zoning, which is A1, permits home occupations and offices when situated in the building being used by the person engaged in the occupation as his or her private dwelling, and gardening, which is one thing indicated by the applicant, that's permitted in the A1 zone. So there's no need to rezone this property to an office zone to permit the uses the applicant wishes to use here. Staff recommends to deny this request for O1 at this location.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Any questions for staff before we hear from the applicant? All right, ma'am, you're the applicant. Come on up. And maybe because the room has turned over since Councilman Ledford gave opening comments, we first hear from staff. Then as an applicant, you will have 7 minutes to present the reason for your request. Then we'll hear from opposition. If you're here in opposition, line up on the right side of the room here behind the microphone here. And the total time allotted for opposition is 9 minutes. And then as an applicant, you'll have 2 minutes to respond.
Mr. Chairman, I failed to mention, we did receive, again, lots of emails in opposition as well as support for the applicant. So you should have a copy of those in your Google spreadsheet.
Thank you. And make sure to state your name and address for the record. Thank
Hello,
you.
my name is Gail Ward Holden, 520 Roberts Mill Road. Unfortunately, a lot of people have to work, so I would have a lot of professionals here from TVA and Children's Miracle Network and other charities that I've been involved with for 30 years, 30 plus years. You should have gotten abundance of letters in, however. In the beginning, we have applied for the rezoning and stuff, but that was not any fault of mine. I was out of town working, and I have built many, many homes in my history, and I'm very adamant about making sure that I am staked out properly. The information that I got from Hamilton County, I was in compliance, which this was my contractor at the time. I was in compliance per their footage that they told me initially. And so Tommy is the one, he's the contractor, he's the one. And we got a letter initially from Hamilton County, and they stated that I was not 25 foot from the rear setback. And Tommy, would you like to tell them what happened next? Is that okay that he does that?
Yeah, we was worked on the little, it was a little playhouse for the kids. Had astronomer room upstairs and so forth. And 2 or 3 of the neighbors would come through walking, and they'd want to know what we was doing. And we told them, you know. And then a week or 2 later, we got a letter, Gail got a letter from building inspection office, I think. And so it was Ronnie Blaylaw. I know Ronnie, and so I called him and said, I told Gail, I said, I know Ronnie, let me call him. So I called him, and he said, what are you doing, Tommy? And I said, well, the lady that I'm working for is building a playhouse for her grandkids. She got a bunch of grandkids. And he said, "That's what you're building?" I said, "Yes, sir, it is." He said, "Well, hey," he said, "I wish more grandparents would build playhouses for their kids and so forth." And said, "I tell you what, you just tear your letter up and I'll tear the letter up down here. And if it's a playhouse, that'll be the end of it." And so that's, and when we built it, or we kept adding, there was one section, she brought another section in, and we just kept adding and adding and so forth. And that's what it ended up with. So that's about all that I had anything, but it can't be moved or whatever, you know. If it's going to have to do anything, it just has to be tore down, because it's just setting up a block. When we built it, we just set it up on a temporary block, because grandkids, you know, after a while they get older and they don't want anything like that. So, and that's all I had to do with it.
So anyway, after that, I've only lived there. I'm the new kid on the block. That's pretty evident. I've been on overtime and I worked with the Moody's. I purchased my home from them. They are right behind me. I purchased from them. We worked 93. My check stubs were 93.5 hours a week. I was on that up until April 20th this year. I had very few weeks off during that period of time. So while it was done, he was working on it while I was in and out of town and stuff. So we got more letters, and it kept saying that I was not in compliance with the 25-foot rear setback. The Moody's had their property surveyed just after I purchased from them. So I actually placed the fence 45 foot from the property line to give them more space, and I wouldn't be crowded around them. Okay. And so I've always been very adamant, like I said, about making sure that I'm staked out properly, because I do not need these hassles in my life. Every time I went to the county, I have all these letters here. I kept telling them that I knew that I was over 25 foot from the rear setback. So, and I have a timeline that shows everything that I did from beginning to end. We actually placed the first half over there, which he was talking about, to the right side. And then we built for the older people, the seniors, and my grandchildren that are adults. That started in they told me that my state should have been 25 foot from the center of the road. I placed it a little bit over that. We brought the first section in, and to complement my house, because I came from a really nice house on the lake down to this. I bought the house for my aunt, my elderly aunt, and she ended up not living there. So I moved there to retire. So then after he spoke to Tommy, he said, "Don't get a permit, don't worry about it." And then we start getting all these other letters. Every time I would go down to get permitted, they would send me somewhere else. I have the full timeline here. I have been to court 4 times. I have been to the county 12 times thus far. And so here we still continue. They will not permit it because I tried to get it permitted. I've been to septic. I've been to groundwater. I've done anything and everything that they have asked me to do to get a permit. And when they indeed said in the beginning didn't need a permit, I would have gotten it then. I told Ronnie Blaylock at that point, "You should have stopped when I came multiple times to your office and said, I'm in compliance." Once I got my survey, I am indeed 57.6 from the rear setback. And I knew I was. Then they changed it to the side. So all for a year and a half, we were to the back, rear setback. And I tried desperately to get a permit. They would not issue me a permit. Here it is. I have all the proof here. I have everything in writing from Hamilton County's office. Then they changed it to the side. Finally, when I went over on, I can tell you the date, got the survey, went to groundwater, Okay, so when I presented the survey, that's when they came out and changed it to the side. I told them, I said, "Nobody in this office knows their job. Every single person in here has told me a different setback." We even had multiple people call their office, and they gave them the wrong setbacks as well. So they finally would not give me anything in email form, so they printed out this piece of paper. I indeed am only supposed to be 10 foot for a storage shed, whatever you want to call it at this point, from the rear setback. Wasn't ever even 25. So they moved it to the side. So now they're saying I am over. They changed it from, this one here says that the side setback is 20 feet. Okay, 20 feet.
Ma'am, we want to make sure that we've got an opportunity to hear from your
Sure,
neighbors
sure.
and those that are here in opposition.
So,
So your 7 minutes is up. You'll have 2 minutes to respond to whatever you hear from
right
opposition.
now,
No, after we hear from them, you'll have
Okay.
2 minutes.
thank you.
If you're here and you're in opposition and you wish to speak, please, if you could, line up on the right side of the room here. Is there anybody else that wants to speak? Okay. Okay. So we're just hearing opposition. Ma'am, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Patricia Kraft. I live at 604 Barker Road. My property borders the property in question that's requested the change of zoning. And I have been asked just this morning to speak, or this afternoon to speak for the group in opposition to this zoning request. We are a residential neighborhood. We want to keep our neighborhood residential. We all work together and support each other, and we respect each other and would like to keep our neighborhood the community that it is. And we are generally opposed to this for a variety of reasons. But I think that pretty much sums up. We want to keep it a residential community. There are lots of other concerns about, what could happen on the property if the zoning is changed, traffic in and out, and so forth. But generally, I would state that we, as a community, want to keep this a residential neighborhood.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions for the opposition?
Ma'am, I just want one question of you. I'm a little confused. Is the opposition for this the playhouse or the change of zoning?
The change of zoning.
Okay.
Which is what I understand the committee is here to make a decision on. So we oppose a change of zoning. Personally, I think, rules should be followed in a neighborhood, but I can't speak to all what those rules might be and where that is in relation to the setbacks and so forth. We know our neighbor, we respect her, we ask her to respect us, and we are just simply opposed to a zoning change for a residential neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak in opposition? Just a reminder to state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Tony Moody. My address is 605 Fallsview Drive. I actually joined the property that we are talking about that's requested the rezoning. We would like to oppose the rezoning application due to the fact this community, Bottom Water community, has always been an A1 community with residential. It's always been a nice, neat, well-kept neighborhood. And we're opposing because we don't want it to go as a business zone and just open the doors for other businesses or anyone else that would like to come in there and change the neighborhood's atmosphere that it is now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I'm Gail Wilson. I live in 7916 Seltzer Road. I'm a lifelong member or resident of the Fog Water community. My parents moved there when I was 16 months old. It was a residential community then. There is no reason to change it now to a business community. People want to live in residence. They are not interested in living in a business area. If we did, we could move over on 153. So I would strongly oppose this. And I own 4 properties in the Fog Water community. And each of these would be devalued if this
changes from an R1 to whatever. And now it apparently is going to be a permanent yard sale, or at least a temporary yard sale, because there's a semi-trailer parked there with a couple of yard sale signs. So I'm not sure what's going to happen, but if it changes zoning, it won't be good. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, ma'am, you've got a total of 2 minutes. I know that there's a couple folks here that might want to speak in support. If you'd like to have them speak, now would be the time, but the total allotted time is 2 minutes. I don't care what you do with the 2 minutes.
First off, it's not a business. Nothing changes except for the number from A1 to O1. I have a 501c3 nonprofit. These ladies will, they will be saying however they feel about it, for the love of God. We just partnered with Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. We went before the commission last week, and we will be putting the miniature little library boxes all around Soddy Daisy, Hickson, and Falling Water in the parks and recreation centers. That's what I do from there. Nobody sees it. Nobody knows what goes on inside of my house. Nothing is going to change except for the number. There is not a business. We will not have signs. We will not have nothing. The local seniors who come to the craft house, they craft, they play bingo. We take them to the food banks on Wednesday. We engage with them. They are lonely. They need help with their finances. That's what we do on the corner. Thank you.
My name is Brittany Thomas. I live at 5117 Gooden Lane. I know Miss Gill for 12 years. And originally this has, like she said, she partnered with Dolly Parton. So we help people. The craft house was built to help children, have them come and play. I mean, it's not even that big of a deal. So that's all I wanted to say, is that it is a craft house. We built it as a craft house to help all, children and anybody. So thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Angela DeFore. I've been associated.
There's 15 seconds left.
I've been associated with the charity since 2017. They do a lot of things for children, seniors, and just the community and all. And it should be rezoned for that purpose.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. We've had the opportunity to hear from the applicant, staff, and the opposition. Are there any questions, sir? Yep.
Chairman, Ms. Holden, can't you do what you're doing even without the rezoning?
Since all of the changes were made for me to get the permit, they have wanted it tore down. And that's why I was trying to get the permit, and they just would not give me the permit. And so the only thing that changes is the footage. If I'm an O1, I'm over. If I'm an A1, it could even be an A1 with a special condition. I don't care what the zoning is, as long as it just stays intact so it does not get damaged. So the A1 puts me here. The O1 puts me here. And the building is right on that line. So that's really the gist of it right there. If the variance had been approved, we would not be here today. But I didn't think we were going to have the opportunity to really bring this forth. And I would like to say also, since all the discrepancies happened with Hamilton County.
No, your time has already been spent.
Okay.
You're given 9 minutes. Thank you for answering this question though. Any other questions? So I do have some additional information that was left out that Mr. Schultz, I don't know if you mentioned it or not, but when it was brought to the Hamilton County Board of Zoning Appeals, because so we're hearing a case for a zoning change from A1 to O1 because the building that was built in the wrong location once it was brought to the attention of the property owner, the applicant went to the Board of Zoning Appeals to get a setback variance. The Board of Zoning Appeals denied that setback variance. And so, one way for the owner to fix the problem is to rezone the property. So if it sounds like a Board of Zoning Appeals case, it's because it really started as a Board of Zoning Appeals case and now has turned into a zoning case. But that's all I have to add. Any questions? What's the will of the commission?
Mr. Chair, I move to deny.
We have a motion to deny that has been properly seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
This will be heard at County Commission. I don't know the exact dates. Maybe that was covered before I came in.
Oh, yeah, we're getting ready to. No, we moved some ahead.
All right, if we could get that door closed and we'll jump back into the very top of our agenda. Thank you, everybody, for being patient with us as we work to be as efficient as we can be. At the top of our agenda, we have subdivision plats and variances. And the first case on our agenda is SD 2024-0049. And it's a variance request, and it's located at 1204 Gabby Trail subdivision, 3 lots. And staff is recommended to deny the variance request. Is there any opposition present? All right. And is the applicant present? All right. So you'll have an opportunity to speak in just a second, but when we've got a staff recommendation to deny, we typically want to hear from staff. So if you could, Mr. Schultz.
Sure. This will be sort of somewhat difficult to explain here, but it's 1204 Gabby Trail. And you can see on the screen the 1204 and the 2 structures to the right. And there's 2 other structures with the red roof on it. So there's a total of like 5 structures on this one lot. So the applicant's trying to subdivide this property with 2 flag lots. So there's several requests on this property. And you can see on the screen here, this is what the proposed subdivision will look like. Lot 1 will contain 1 structure. Lot 2 is in the middle. We'll have 2 homes on it. And lot 30 to the top will have 2 structures as well. In the county, you can have 2 structures on 1 lot as long as the property is able to be subdivided. Doesn't mean you have to subdivide it, but you have to prove that it can be subdivided. So lot 1, there's no variance needed. That's a flag lot that comes down to a public road. It's over 1 acre in size, contains 1 structure. So lot 1 is adequate. Lot 2, again, is the one in the middle. Because it has 2 structures on it, again, it has to be able to be subdivided. Therefore, this is a flag lot, and you have to have 2 acres in size for that flag lot since it has 2 homes. And the flag lot width needs to be at least 50 foot. They don't have that. They have roughly a little less than 2 acres. I think it's 1.6 acres in size and 25 feet of frontage. So for lot 2, they're asking for a lot size variance and a minimum lot width for the flag lot. Lot number 3, again, contains 2 structures. That lot does not touch a public road anywhere via flag lot. That's by way of a private access easement. And to have access easement, you have to have 5 acres in size or seek a variance. Because this has 2 structures on it, that lot would have to be 10 acres in size. So therefore, lot 3 is asking for a variance for 10 acres to allow this to be subdivided to have 2 structures on it. So with that, staff looked at this. Approving the variance would be in conflict with intent and purpose of the Hamilton County subdivision regulations and the Hamilton County zoning regulations. The review team, which is made up of Hamilton County Engineering, Emergency Preparedness, Highway Department, other members of the Subdivision Review Committee have reviewed this, and they do object to the variance on the basis of concern for public health, safety, and welfare. So staff recommends to deny the variance request for lots 2 and 3.
Thank you,
I'll
Mr.
be glad to
Schultz.
answer any questions.
Any questions? All right, sir, you're the applicant. Come on up to the mic.
Yes, sir. Thank you. My name's Michael Weathers. I live at 1208 Gracie Way. This was a plot that my in-laws left to the kids where the road comes in, and said that the 3rd lot didn't have no road access. If you go out in front of my driveway at my mailbox, outside the white line, outside the white line on the main road, on Moses Road, is 19 feet 2 inches. I got 30 feet. So it's sustained the people that live there. It's been 30 feet wide with no problem. Matter of fact, if you go back to where it turns to the right, if you see it up there below the red roof, that wide spot down there, that is about 60 foot wide. We have garbage truck and other things come in there with no problem. My mother-in-law's bad health, and she's wanting to get her property divided among the kids. Like I said, me and my wife have lived there 32 years without any problem with the road. And like I said, I think it's been 12 years since we got the road approved. Somewhere around there, we got it. Okay.
Ma'am, if you want to speak, you're welcome to come on up to the mic.
But at any rate, like I said, we got 30 feet that's on the paperwork we got it approved. I don't remember the exact dates.
That was exactly 34 years ago that we had this approved. And where you're calling a double home and where the red roof is, that's one single home. That's 1208. That's our address. On that lot is a single home. On the lot next to it, to my mother's lot, is 2 homes. And if you'll notice, the driveway comes from the main road of Moses Road, and it shoots up beside both of those places right there. You can't see it good because they don't keep gravel on the road like they ought to, but it does. The road runs up through there. I don't know why y'all want us to put 50 foot in when, we've had garbage trucks come back. It's a cul-de-sac back there at the back where it's real wide. We've made it like a cul-de-sac because it's an open private drive. It's not a shut-off private drive, and there's people that come back there and circle around trying to find places. And we have each place marked by the addresses that's been given to us, that the state gave us. So when they changed it, as far as it being a problem of getting in and out of that property, the property that I will be next is to my sister. And we have shared it all these years. And just because my mother wants to get it out of her name because she's 88 and felon in health bad and wants to put it in our names, That's why we've applied for it now. Maybe we should apply for it 30 years ago. I mean, back when y'all said 30 foot was plenty enough. And 30 foot is more than what your two main roads, two lane road is less than 30 foot. But y'all are asking us to make it 50 foot. I don't see where you're coming up with that to make it where it's stageable for it's the same use that we've been using it all this time at 30 foot until you come around the last curve and then it starts widening out and it goes into over 50 foot there for a cul-de-sac for people to be able to turn around. It is a gravel driveway. My husband and I have maintained that gravel driveway and we keep it well kept, and we have done that for 34, well, been there 36 years.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We would like to get the property resolved and have it in our name and sister-in-law's name instead of having to fool with this when their mother passes away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I can clarify that. We're not talking about the width of the gravel or anything like that. The width of the lot on that flag lot in the middle, lot 2, has to be at least a minimum 50 foot wide because there's 2 structures in the middle lot. What I'm seeing on this lot 3, it says unit 1 to the top. And then down the bottom right, which is 1203, is unit 2. So I think we looked at it as there's 2 units on lot 3, 2 units on lot 2 in the middle, and 1 lot on the lot 1.
Sir, I'm sorry. If you want to speak, you need to be at the mic, but I think the allotted time for you to speak has ended. So, yeah, that's true.
Second lot on 3.
Can you stand in front of the mic there? Yeah.
Sir,
Yeah, we just wanted to make sure we could hear you.
on what y'all are calling lot 3 on the far right. Yes. Our son has a trailer down at the bottom of the hill at the driveway, down below our house. Where she was talking about the cul-de-sac, it's on it.
Thank you. Did that answer your question? So, Mr. Schultz, if you could just recap the planning commission.
Lot 1 doesn't appear that it needs any variances. Lot 2 will need a variance again because there's 2 structures on that lot. It's less than 2 acres in size, and its lot width, I think, is 30 foot. They're saying at the road. It's got to be at least 50 foot at the road and 2 acres to be able to subdivide it to meet the requirements. So they're asking for the variance on that. Lot 3, its lot does not front the flag lot or touch any public road. Therefore, it's got to be 5 acres. But because there's either 2 structures on one lot, if there are 2 structures, that's got to be a minimum of 10 acres. So they're asking for a variance on that. And so all these structures right now are on one lot, which I'm not sure how that got permitted back in the day. So it's really a zoning code violation. This helps it by subdividing, quite honestly, gets them all in a separate lot. But because there's multiple structures on one lot, that brings up variance issues.
Okay. And staff's only recommendation, and just to put you on the spot, your recommendation is to deny, which we understand that because we can read it right here.
Yes, it sets the precedent. Emergency services have issues with it.
What other recommendations might staff have besides denying? And I'm not saying that you would tell us how else this could be resolved.
The only thing I do, put a road back to it. That'd be very costly for these folks to have to build a public road back to it, or rezone it, which would be difficult in this location to get R3, which would allow multiple structures on one lot.
But that wouldn't fix the issue of them wanting to start to,
It's still going to be 5 acres for each lot on a private road. Now, one other option, which I don't think they want to do, there's a thing under state law where the judge will divide this out. It's called division amongst the owners. Too bad when somebody passes away, the judge will come in and divide it equally if there's no will. I don't think they want to do that. They're trying to do this now while the mother-in-law is still alive.
That's correct.
This is in the county, correct?
It's in the county, correct.
What's the minimum for a PUD?
5 acres.
This is how many acres?
I think it's a little less than 5 acres. I believe it's like maybe this gentleman knows.
It's like 2.6 or somewhere around there.
Total acreage on
And
the here says 5.4.
I would like to add the middle lot where it's got two, the one at the top, they have moved and that is being cleaned up and that will be moved out. So actually that piece will end up with one place on it. I did want to add that. That's in the process.
So then theoretically, it could be lot 1 works, lot 2 works as long as there's only one house. on
Correct.
it.
Be dealing with lot 3. Then.
Lot 3 is still
Still an issue because you got 2 structures on that one lot via access of a private access easement.
It's just got 2 of them. Got this one.
Lot 3 has 2 structures.
Right.
Yes. No,
Mr.
not at this
Maybe-
point. Well, you can theory, this is ADU, but because the requirement says you have to show that you can subdivide and meet the requirements. This doesn't meet the requirements of 10 acres. So that's why they're asking for the variance.
Mr. Maybe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Schultz, if there ended up only being one unit on the lot number 2, could they use that access for that third lot that would then have 2 units on it, and then both the 1 and 2 use the other side?
They could, but that's still accessed by private easement.
Still accessed by private.
And I would say they've been in our office, I don't know, several months in a row working. We've thought of every solution possible.
Yeah.
When we bring these things to you, we looked at these things over and over.
I see how it's challenging.
It's challenging.
Yeah.
And I see where they're coming from too as well. It's a challenging side.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If he's 5.4 acres, he could do a PUD. There would be no minimum lot frontage or lot size. You'd have to go through that PUD requirement process, or you got the variance.
But I mean, just because he has a PUD,
some of the issues won't
in
go
order
away.
to subdivide, he'd still have to have a private road.
Yeah, but there's no PUD. There's no minimum lot frontage in PUD. Yeah. No, in PUD, there's no minimum lot size. He's got 5.4 acres, so he meets the requirements for a PUD. And then therefore, you wouldn't have any lot size requirements. But they have to go through a 3-month process, start over.
Councilman Ledford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian, Emily, this is for you. When we're talking about a denial, if this were to be denied, remind me of how long they would have before they could come back and make another application.
Since it's a subdivision variance and not a rezone, they come back next month.
Okay.
Well, the following month.
Following month. So 12 months doesn't apply
No,
here.
only on rezoning cases or special permits.
Very good. Thank you.
I want to make sure I understood what Karen was. So if you pulled this and went back to do a PUD, they could do what they're trying to do? Is that what I just heard?
Yeah, because in PUD, there is no frontage requirements.
So
Yeah.
they could theoretically bring this back to us as a PUD and do exactly what they're trying to do?
We have to look at in terms of setbacks from the structures, make sure they are 10 feet between them. There's a lot more things to look at. There's no guarantee that it would meet the requirements, but that's an option.
You'd be more apt to approve it with.
I don't know. I'm not gonna say yes or no. I mean, quite frankly, right now, it sounds like lot 2, which is in the middle, if that second structure is removed, lot 1 and lot 2 don't need a variance. You're just strictly dealing with lot 3.
Right.
So if
And
you
we've
want-
got a situation, we're
It's
not
up to you. Y'all
theoretical,
wanna
this is on the
approve it?
ground right now. We're trying to figure out how to fix a problem.
Certainly, if you feel there's a hardship, recommend approve the variance. So if you planning commission feel, that's why this is in front of you guys as a body, you feel this is a hardship, no other way around this, you can grant the variance.
Could I add something?
Not really. No, sir. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude. Just trying to keep order.
I'm not professional.
It's all good. Thank you. So yes, we can approve a variance. And if Mr. Schultz, we approve a variance, the applicant would be able to legally subdivide these 3 parcels.
Correct. If the variance is approved this body, they just come in next to the plat, we sign it, move it on, gets recorded. You could.
Could you limit the number of units on lot 3? I mean, we could add any conditions you want to a variance.
And quite frankly, I mean, right now, the way it stands now, it's violating the zoning code as is. It's been that way for sounds like 30 plus years. I don't know if it's an issue now. They're just trying to subdivide it. And this will, in theory, help the situation somewhat.
So since I've been here, we've given y'all have given variances on the size of a lot. They can get 2 legal flag lots. It's just that one of them will be smaller than the requirement in terms of acreage, and then they could have 2 units on each flag lot. What they're trying to do is get 3 lots. That's where it gets trickier, I think.
Even if they were somehow able to get a flag lot, they could somehow, maybe that lot in front is 70, the one in the front there, bottom right here. Maybe there's a possibility of getting a flag lot to that down the public road. So that means they have to buy it from that person, but there's some options there. That's what we looked at when we looked at it.
But a flag, theoretically, when a variance is granted, could go down to 15 feet.
Correct.
And so if we grant a variance, then lot 3 has lot frontage.
Yeah, you could make
15 feet.
Yes, if they got 30 feet there, if that is the one in the middle, you could do 15 for lot 2 and 15 for lot 3. It gets their frontage.
Right.
If lot 1 stays as it is, the flag for that's serving lot 2 and 3 is divided, and there's 15-foot right of way to serve 2 and 3. And we give them a variant. And lot 2 is limited to 1 structure, and we give them the variance for those conditions.
Well said.
I couldn't do it again.
I'll second.
All right, so we have a motion to approve an amended variance request, and it has been properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, sir. Sir, do you have a surveyor you're working with? Do you have a surveyor you are working with? Okay, you're going to need to work with somebody to actually now get a subdivision plat filed. Next case on the agenda is item 2. It's hard to believe we're an hour and 15 minutes into this meeting and we're only on item 2. I blame that on Councilman Ledford. SD 2024-0050 is a final plat on Fire Tower subdivision. 155 lots, 572 and 598. And it's located at 8234 Ottawa Georgetown Road, and staff is recommended to approve. Is there any opposition present? We have a motion to approve. And it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case is SD 2024-0051. This is final plat, Prairie Pass Phase 5. It's located at 3601 Bill Jones Road, and staff is recommended to approve. Is there any opposition present? I have a motion to approve, and it has been seconded. I heard that, right? Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case, item 4 on our agenda, SD 2024-0052. It's preliminary plat of Wellington subdivision located at 7239 McDade Road and 7413 Ottawa Georgetown Road. Staff is recommended to deny the preliminary plat. Is there any opposition present? And is the applicant present? Okay. Mr. Schultz.
Sure. The primary reason, make this short and sweet here, the primary reason for denial of this plat is these 2 entrances here do not meet the current fire code in terms of distance requirements. I don't believe the fire department or fire marshals issued any type of variance, if you will, for that distance requirements. Last week at the county commission, there was an amendment to Appendix D of the fire code to give the fire marshal of the county some flexibility, if you will, in terms of the distance requirements. That was approved last week, but that did not approve this development for that distance requirements. Once that's approved, we would look at this plat again and bring it back for this body. But until that happens, staff recommends denial of this subdivision plat.
So just so I, big picture, bottom line, county commission has approved a change to the fire code.
They approved last week Appendix D that basically says there's a minimum distance in the roads of 300 foot. And if you don't agree with the fire marshal, you don't have an appeal process. Prior to that, there was no appeal process. You went to the fire marshal. If the fire marshal said no, there was no appeal process. So they established last week at the county commission, maybe Commissioner Chauncey or Nathan can speak better to this, but they approved last week the appeal process and a minimum 300 foot distance requirements. If the fire marshal agrees to that. Fire marshal, I don't think has reviewed this and agreed to that at this point.
Gotcha. So there is a path forward possible.
Path forward possibly.
Okay.
How many feet apart?
I believe this is a little over 400 something, I think. It's 315 plus the L12. I can't see it. But maybe the applicant knows. A little over 400 some feet, looks like.
Mr. Price, we're going to go a little bit out of order. I want to hear from, well, no, we won't be out of order. We want to hear from you.
Thank you, Mike Price, MAP Engineers. So what Brian said is correct, is that last week the county commission did approve setting a minimum distance between driveways with secondary entrances at 300 feet. Previously, before that point, if the fire marshal wanted to go 50 feet, he could. So this actually strengthens the fire code in the county, but it also gives flexibility where none previously existed by the way that the fire code was written as it related to trying to discuss half the diagonal distance of a property and half that. It basically was such a geometry problem, you almost need a PhD to figure it out. Now we've set it at 300 feet. We're 474 feet between the entrances. And so therefore, we believe we are in compliance as it relates to the spacing exceeding the 300 feet by almost 50%. Also, I've had conversations with Chief Adams, and he has stated previously to me that it was, a good design as it related to the distance between those. I'm not opposed to deferring this a month if everybody needs to get their confirmation from the fire marshal as it relates to what I'm saying. So whatever the will of the commission is, I'm certainly fine with that.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I may.
Mr. Chauncey.
So great points. We could defer to a month. I'm fine with it. I'm fine with approving this because it's going to go before zoning committee with the commission. Then it'll go for a final vote the week after that. So we're still 6 weeks out. So if there's no other discussion, I'll move to approve.
So we do have a motion to approve, but yeah, and we have opposition.
To clarify, this will not go to the county commission. This is a subdivision plan. You won't.
Okay.
There you go. I do have a question. Can I ask staff a question? So I want to make sure I'm clear why. So this meets the new requirement and what's the opposite? I get why.
No, well, I will say, let me clarify. The minimum is 300 foot, but there's also the fire code appendix D that says it has to be half the distance. So it could be a requirement of 700 feet. Fire marshal says that he has the authority to go down to 300 feet. He hasn't signed off on this picture in front of you. So it just establishes a minimum of 300 foot. Doesn't mean that's what he's going to approve on this one. Yes.
But-
You need some fire marshal saying.
So that's true, but every preliminary plat lacks all the regulatory approvals, does it not?
No, they're involved in review. And when this comes through, fire marshal was involved in the review and they recommended denying or deferring until this got resolved.
I guess my thing is, if you've got the minimum, I don't understand what the purpose.
Well,
of
it's
having
not,
the-
it's not establishing a minimum. It is establishing a minimum, but it
Sounds
doesn't
like
say.
when it says this is the minimum, it sounds like it's.
It says the fire marshal's established that minimum of 300 foot. Where before he'd go down to 25 foot, he'd go down to 50 foot.
Right.
There's a minimum you have to meet from that horizontal distance. If you can't meet that, you would ask for the fire marshal to reduce that.
Right, now you don't.
Now you
I guess
can.
my point would be, if this is, I don't know how anyone that designs it, if the fire marshal establishes a minimum and you meet the minimum, if that's not how you do it, then I don't know how you design anything. You'd never get.
He just has to sign off on it.
Yes.
And
So
if
he hasn't
doesn't,
signed off on this.
He hasn't signed off on this one.
So he,
The minimum is not, in theory, not 300. Maybe Mike can say what it really should be. If you meet the current language, what should the distance be?
The current language, you'd have to be around 1,400 feet, which exceeds the amount of frontage that we actually have, meaning it would be impossible to develop the subdivision as shown and provide interconnectivity. What you would essentially have to do is to create two separate subdivisions, not interconnect them, creates less of a desirable scenario because you've eliminated connectivity that would currently exist otherwise.
So there's your 1,400 foot isn't the minimum for the fire code appendix D.
So
Mike can go in front of the fire marshal and ask for a reduction in that. Before fire marshal could give him whatever he wanted to. Now he can say, well, I can only go down to 300 foot if I had to. He hasn't done that on this case.
What it amounted to, if I might, is that Fire Marshal Chris Adams, who's Director of Emergency Services for the county, did not feel that, and this was his words as he spoke before the commission, he did not feel that it'd be appropriate that one person be sort of the only decision maker and there was no appeal process. So he was looking for language that would set a minimum distance that gives him basically the ability to go anywhere from 300 feet to whatever is the required distance by code. So now he has a range, if you will. And what he was saying was previously, he just had this end of the spectrum, if you will, the far right, the greatest length required. And he was uncomfortable with doing anything less than that. Now we've set parameters. Here's your max, here's your minimum. If it fits in between and I'm comfortable, I will then give you sign off as it relates to the plat. That's why I'm saying I'm perfectly fine with letting this go forward to next month after he has looked at it, which I'm confident he would then approve based upon the language and all of the discussions that he and I have had up to this point.
for my own understanding, right today, you could, if you go into that lower entrance, turn into where that roundabout is, if you just cut off that, you didn't have a road going to the north. In essence, if you made two subdivisions, could you do it just like that today?
I could actually do it and add one more lot and build less road.
So that's the problem we have, because we always hear connectivity, and so you could theoretically do two subdivisions and have the entrances be closer together with two subdivisions than one subdivision.
I could not theoretically, I can do that, but that is not the desired plan.
Yeah, Mike, what triggers that fire code requirement is your number of lots, right?
Once you exceed 200 homes, that's correct.
So theoretically, you could get rid of a couple lots and build this the way you've got it.
No, I can add a lot and put 122 on one side and put 182 on the other, or whatever the number is, and exceed 200 combined, but neither one by itself is more than 200.
Right, but I'm saying if you took the community the way it's designed and went down a couple lots down below the threshold,
if you eliminated, yes, if you eliminated 28 lots, you could do it with one. That's correct.
Okay. And then the other part of it is the commercial part, right? That also requires the spacing.
That was chosen.
Right.
We picked that as far as a width that we deemed appropriate for the commercial out of that.
I guess my only other comment is that the change the commission passed last week, it's an option if the fire marshal feels that works, but the requirement is still the half the distance. Just to clarify that, and I think personally I would like to see something from the fire marshal saying he's okay with this before we move forward on it.
Mr. Anderson.
Mike, if we defer this a month, are you confident that Chief Adams will weigh in between now and then?
I think what will be essentially the result would be it would come back before this commission with a recommendation to approve by staff, which is a default of him then approving it would be my guess. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chauncey.
I'll remove my motion to approve. I'm sorry I got out of line, but we'll just continue on with opposition.
Okay, thank you. All right, we've got some folks here in opposition that wish to speak. State your name and address for the record. The total time allotted for opposition is 9 minutes.
Kim Helton, 8618 Snow Hill Road. So this PUD was approved in November by the Planning Commission, December by the County Commission, even though it didn't meet that International Fire Code Appendix D remoteness requirement. And the distance between roads is half the diagonal measurement of the property divided by 2. And so this PUD has 1,400 feet, supposed to have 1,400 feet between the roads, but they're only 447 feet. The Construction Board of Appeals did deny variance in January. No alternative safety measure was presented, for example, sprinkler systems in all the homes, and it was not clear why there's no entrance on McDade Road. In Section 402 of the subdivision regulations, it says residential projects having more than 200 dwelling units shall provide 2 separate and approved fire apparatus access roads pursuant to the 2018 International Fire Code Appendix D. The Hamilton County Commission just approved an amendment to Appendix D remoteness requirement. You have a copy of that resolution. The resolution says that that diagonal measurement is still required, but at the discretion of the fire code official, the remoteness requirement could be reduced because of the location of the property, topography, waterways, non-negotiable grades, or similar conditions. The fire apparatus access roads shall provide remoteness to achieve the maximum distance technically feasible. And then so the word shall is mandatory. So this property has 800 feet of road frontage on Ooltewah Georgetown Road. At the November Planning Commission meeting, Mr. Price said that he could put the driveways the farthest north and south, some 700 feet apart, and he still wouldn't meet the fire code. But now the fire code has been changed. So it's technically feasible to place the entrances over 700 feet apart. And there are no physical barriers like a stream or steep slope in the 800 feet of road frontage. The property is relatively flat for at least 250 feet from the road. The south entrance would be offset about 150 feet from the subdivision entrance across the road. There are numerous subdivisions in Hamilton County that have offset entrances far less than 150 feet and some directly across from each other. So that does not appear to be an issue. If homes can be built on the north and south ends of the road frontage, then a road could be constructed there. It seems the only reason that they have not been placed there is a design choice, which is not one of the reasons listed for the fire official to reduce the distance. The entrances are only 447 feet apart and are not the maximum distance technically feasible. The fire marshal can reduce the distance requirement, but there are parameters in the resolution. So the statement, the fire apparatus access roads shall provide remoteness to achieve the maximum distance technically feasible, doesn't seem to be, applying to this plat. So there's lots at the north and lots at the south, and the roads could come in there. And so that would fulfill the parameters of the resolution. In the original Fire Code, International Fire Code Appendix D, it's supposed to be 2 roads for over 30 homes. Hamilton County raised that to over 199. So that was amended from what the International Fire Code actually says. They also amended the grade of the road, and now they've amended this distance requirement. So that's 3 amendments. So you have a copy of the resolution. I don't know if it's been signed by the mayor yet, as of yet, but it does still require that distance requirement, 1/2 the length of diagonal mention of the property, at, measured in a straight line between the 2 distances. So this resolution gives the ability for the fire official to reduce that distance based on certain parameters, and then the amount that it is reduced is also based on certain parameters. So it can go, as it says, it can be reduced, but not to less than 300 feet apart. So that's where that 300 feet comes in. Can't be less than 300 feet. But shall is a mandatory term. The fire apparatus access road shall provide remoteness to achieve the maximum distance technically feasible. So on 800 feet of road frontage, that would be a little over 700 feet apart. So it also does not have anything in this resolution about appeals process. That was already in place in part of the International Fire Code, Section 109. Just to let you know that. Thank you.
Mr. Price.
So just a point of clarification. So previously, we did take this to the Construction Appeals Board, which is set to hear such cases. However, it was determined by the county attorney by the way that the language was written in Appendix D, they could not vote on it. Now we actually do have an appeals process. So let's say that the fire marshal, just for sake of discussion, said 770 feet is the distance that I want. Then you can't appeal that decision. But the way the language is written, it's clear. It's 300 foot is the minimum, and he will make that determination and bring it before this body next month. And at that point, we'll all know exactly what the fire marshal's decision is.
We have a motion to defer 30 days, and it has been properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll see, right? Yeah, that's right. No, we're going to have a special meeting just to hear Mike Price cases. Next case on the agenda, item 5, is SD 2024-0053, and this preliminary plat for Lucy Quarters. It's 6 lots located at 901 Holtzclaw Avenue and 1305 and 1310 Anderson Avenue and 1001 South Green Avenue. And staff is recommended to approve. Is there any opposition present?
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve, and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, I've got a 3:00 meeting. So the way I'm reading it, we've got 35 minutes to get through these cases. So we're going to work to be efficient. Next case on the agenda, it does not look efficient. Case 2024-0081, located at 2525 Igu Ferry Road, is an application to rezone from M2 Wholesale and Light Industrial to M1 Industrial District, and staff is recommended to deny. Is there any opposition present? Is the applicant present? All right.
And
Mr. Schultz.
staff did receive one email in opposition to this. It should be in your Google sheet. But this is case 2024-81. This is a request to rezone the southern half of this property. It's currently zoned M2, Wholesale and Light Industrial District, to M1 Industrial District for a portable concrete batch plant. The area requested to be rezoned is 19 acres. Looking at the zoning map, to the north of this property is C1, and further north is M2. To the east is A1, and to the southwest is R1. The east or west is A1. There's no zoning history of this property. In 2012, this property was rezoned from A1 to C1 and M2 with conditions in 2012. Then to the north, that C2 property was rezoned in 2007. And in 2019, to the west of this property, at 10408, that was rezoned from A1 to R1. Here's the subject property. Again, it had 2 conditions on the rezoning. It has C1 in the middle for the RV trailer campground, and then the M2 was conditioned to parking only and no commercial outdoor storage of materials, vehicle, or equipment. So even though it was zoned M2 manufacturing, it had conditions on it limiting the uses to very small minimal nuisance impacts, such as parking and commercial. Here's a view of the site. You got homes to the southwest of the site. To the east is the Sequoia nuclear plant. And then again, to the north of this site's the RV campground. And then you see to the north is single family residential. It's a view of the site. Another view of the site. This is a view north of the site, which is the Sequoia RV park. There's the east of the site. Igo Ferry looking northeast. Igo Ferry looking southwest. Site's on the right hand side. Here's a site plan submitted with a request. Again, you can see it has a mixture of zones: M2 to the north, C1 in the middle, and M2 to the south. This is for a concrete batch plant on 19 acres. Another view of the site plan. The request is not compatible with adjacent land uses. The M1 district, because it's a heavier industrial district, permits blast furnaces, recycling, oil refinery, and slaughterhouses that can cause a nuisance on adjacent property. Approving 19 acres of M1 zone property would set a precedent for future requests in this area. Again, you already have M2 there, but it's limited to parking and no commercial storage of materials, vehicles, or equipment. So that M2 is very limited in use. There is no land use plan that provides guidance on what the zoning of this area should be. So staff took a very, what do we call it? Yes, thank you. Review of this and recommend to deny this request. And waiting on the land use plan because we're going through a land use planning process to provide guidance on what type of zones be appropriate at this location. So staff recommends to deny.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Any questions for staff before we hear from the applicant? Mr. Jones?
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Daryl Jones. I'm applying to, as the gentleman said, convert M2 to M1. I'm a builder developer. I've noticed, as I'm sure everybody in construction, concrete prices raised 35 to 40% in the last 2 years. There's a monopoly in town, as close as you can get. I'm in the process of opening 5 concrete ready-mix plants as we speak, representing Sequatchie County, Marion County, and Hamilton County. This site that I've owned for a few years, I feel to be an ideal position, property for this. One directly across the street, Sequoia Nuclear Power Plant. There can't be more of an industrial operation than that. From where my plant will be, which will take up less than a half an acre. It's a mobile batch plant, which only just weighs aggregates, puts it into the cement trucks and mixes en route, which we plan on using the Sequoia Access Road corridor, which is a major road feeding Sequoia. There's not one residential home that can see this plant once it's up and going. Most of this property, and there's a few things under M1 that would be used. It wouldn't just be this concrete mobile plant. We also have topsoil screeners, stuff like that would fall under this particular zoning as well. But with the easements that are on there from transmission lines, this mobile batch plant, which I already have a 1,300 yard job at Sequoia Nuclear Power Plant, it'll keep cement trucks from traveling so much on local roads. It keeps it close. And there's also local development that's going to be starting soon. I feel being in that position and with our business model, which heavily differentiates from our competitor, we plan to be making a slow change to the concrete industry in the area. So I ask that you approve this. There is, I don't feel, a better ideal location. Concrete trucks, as they would leave, is turning out onto Igo Ferry, close to that guard shack, across from the nuclear power plant, and then going down Sequoia Access Road to wherever the job may be. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I had asked earlier, but just to double check, is there any opposition present? Yes.
My name's Albert Head. I live at 2404 Igo Ferry Road, just down the street from where he's talking about. We have children in the area. We have homes in the area. We have handicapped people in the area. And the trucks will be coming up and down our road because that's the way they get there. I know he says they'll go up and down Sequoia Access. Is there any way we can keep them off Igo Ferry Road and not through our homes and our neighborhoods? By the way, there's another concrete plant 6.4 miles from where he's speaking about. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. But to answer your question, no, we cannot keep concrete trucks off of public right of way. So, Mr. Schultz, the property is currently zoned M1 with a number, or M2? with a
M2.
number of conditions.
It's very
that-
limited on the uses. No, it's parking and no commercial storage. So it's a very, even though it's M2, it's a very limited use manufacturing zone.
Yeah. And Mr. Jones, the application doesn't include any site development plans or any screenings or, like landscape screenings or any of those sorts of things that would normally we would be accustomed to seeing. So I just, as much as I don't like deferrals, I do wonder if possibly this might be one of those cases where it would be helpful to have a more thoroughly thought through site plan that it addresses some concerns from the staff and potentially neighbors and those sorts of things with the increase of, the types of nuisances that are currently restricted from. Just a thought. With that, are there any questions for staff or?
I've got a couple questions for the applicant.
Yeah,
If you
sorry.
could come back up, that'd be
So
great.
used to looking to my right.
That's okay.
That's my immediate right.
Yes, sir.
If we were to condition this rezoning and put a buffer on it today to send a recommendation up to the county commission, how much land do you actually need? Could you get away with a 500-foot buffer to the west and the south?
Yes. And one of the difference, because we're going to be applying for the city as well for the other side of Hamilton County, it asks with the gentleman, which is a valid concern of where the trucks can be going, and they require you to lay out what directions and what corridors your vehicles are going to be using. So we wouldn't send, I wouldn't want to send a truck down narrower roads. We would obviously always agree to going down the major roadways to not affect people.
And you applied with the concrete plan in there, but you talked about topsoil and that kind of stuff. What all uses are you trying to use this for? Because I would imagine if we did something today, we would try to condition it as much as possible to make sure that everybody understood what the uses are.
Sure. The top screening, whenever Sequoia lot was cleared off, they pushed most of the topsoil onto this lot. So we have 6 or 7 foot deep of topsoil right there. And while looking at the zoning ordinances, it showed that M1 zoning would be required for that purpose. And with roughly 15 acres of transmission line easement, there's nothing else I can use it for. It'll allow me to utilize that topsoil and get down to firmer ground as well. The concrete plant, acre, a small area is all that's needed for that particular operation.
Are you just talking about screening the soil for your personal use? It's not a commercial enterprise, right?
Yes and no.
Okay.
It would be used mainly, most of my business to start as in feeding the projects that I'm working on, but I wouldn't want to isolate to where I couldn't sell the topsoil. It would be the same dump trucks that would be coming in.
But you would want to be able to do that on the whole site.
Yes, sir. Just because 90% of that partial is transmission line easements, I could never build there. So the land is covering that entire area. And it's really the only way to make it, fruitful. The concrete plant and all these things that I'm discussing is mobile. That's why there wasn't original site plan done. I believe I sent in some pictures, kind of like the mobile plan, just to kind of get a visual of it. But it would just placed in one of the few spots that I could in between 2 large easements, and then rock and sand there. That would be the only things there on site.
I think I would be open to a motion buffering it 500 feet on the south and west and limiting condition to concrete, but I'm not sure what to do with the topsoil. So if anybody else has a suggestion, maybe.
I've got a question. When you're saying buffering, you mean leave it alone, or are you saying plant 500 feet?
I'm not necessarily saying plant 500 feet of forest. I'm just saying stay
Leave
500
it-
feet, 500 feet from the property line.
For 500
Correct.
feet. Yeah. So, and Brian, when you said this, is the reason you can't do it on the M2 because of conditions on it, or just straight up M2 you can't?
You can't do it straight up M2.
Do you want to put that form of a motion?
I can. I'm just not sure what to do with the topsoil piece, but maybe we I'll make a motion to rezone to M1, conditioning the use on the whole site to topsoil uses screening, and the concrete uses will have a 500 feet buffer to the west and to the south.
And just to clarify, that buffer is like it's more like a setback,
Setback.
not a traditional landscape buffer.
Sure. Yeah, just a setback.
Thank you, sir.
There would be some, Mr. Schultz, there would be some required landscape buffer in addition to that 500 feet.
There would, because
rezoning to M1 and changing use being adjacent to A1, right?
Yes, that's correct. And I'm
the
just,
C, would it have a required landscape buffer against the C1?
I don't think so.
Okay.
And I'm just looking at the site plan. So it's 500 feet from the west and the southern property line.
That's what we got to be close, but I'm not exactly sure that number.
Because I don't know,
You
that
don't-
locks him into that number, and then
I think
It's a transmission right away that you're
So-
looking down through there.
I know we have a motion. I don't know that it's been seconded, but I think just a month of you developing your site plan, showing us a survey where you have uses of the property that are restricted by the transmission lines, understanding exactly where the batch plant is going to be placed, exactly where cars are coming in and out. I feel like there's a number of things that would be gained by a more thoroughly planned site plan that has, a surveyor involved with, so that whatever conditions might be added or even recommended by staff wouldn't result in your inability to, do what you need to do.
For just a visual reference, could we go back to that picture where it was showing the gate where the rezoning sign was? Okay. So just to give a concept, right there at the top of that hill right there is where where I have a separation of those transmission easements. All the way down the road, there's fence going down, from our property, and it's grown up with vegetation. The adjoining neighbor, I've discussed this with him. He's in construction industry as well. I wouldn't mind asking for something from him as well. That would be the only potential person that would have any effect from this, and would still be 600 foot away. And then probably triple that for his house.
Mr. Chairman, I misspoke on that landscape buffer. One would be required between the manufacturing and C1. It's a 10-foot buffer, landscape buffer.
Would you be willing to accept the 30-day deferral and work out these exact? Because if we tell you 500 and you come back and say, I can only do 490, you just lose you'd be wise to polish this a little bit and bring it back exactly how you want it.
I think we could change that at county commission too. I mean, I'm thinking over the next 30 days, we take these conditions, map them out on the property, and put a hash over it, and then take it to commission. And if he needs to ask for 490, they can change it to 490.
He can move forward that way.
I'll have the.
Yeah, I
exact-
agree with
I'll
that.
have all exact data.
Keep the backlog off the planning commission. Go ahead and move.
So we have a motion with conditions. It has been seconded. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just one quick question about the motion. The topsoil concerns you. Could you help me to understand what the problem is with that?
I mean, theoretically, the way I worded my motion, I haven't put any restrictions on the topsoil piece, but I guess theoretically you could have dust stir up or noise close to the property line. But it sounds like it's not going to be a ongoing thing on the whole property all the time. It sounds like it's going to be, he remediates some soil here and sells it, and then he remediates some over here and sells it. Very similar to what you might see in a developer readying a piece of property. So I don't have a big issue with it.
All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Board.
Thank you. All right, next case on the agenda. Item 2, under new business, case 2024-0082 is located at 1322 Stewart Street. And it's industrial conditional permit. Staff is recommended to approve with conditions that it be accessed from Stewart Street only. Is there any opposition present? And is the applicant present? Yes, sir. Mr. Schultz.
Yeah, I think I have a slide here. Just to be clear that this permit stops with the planning commission unless there's opposition or an appeal that would go on the city council. So this is a little different. But this is not a request to rezone. This is for industrial conditional permit for construction and recycling of concrete. It's roughly 4 acres. You can see on the zoning map here, everything around this for the most part is manufacturing. To the south, there are 2 pockets of R4 and RTZ. Again, recycling process centers for construction demolition is required from the planning commission. If it meets A, B, C, and D, it's required to have this permit. Outdoor storage of equipment will happen not in a closed building, therefore has to come with this permit. Again, it's approved by the planning commission only. It's not a recommendation to city council unless it's appealed to RPA within 10 days of the decision of the planning commission. There's been no zoning issue to this property. 2708 Bliss Avenue was rezoned from M1 to R1 last month by the planning commission. In 2023, to the south at 2701 Benton Avenue, that was rezoned from M1 to RTZ. And then in 2010, 2711 Benton Avenue was rezoned from M1 to R4. There's a view of the site. There's a similar facility to the east of this site. It's asphalt. You can see the red leader line leading over to that. But in this general area, all the uses are warehousing, light industrial, and outdoor storage, and office, and vacant land to the south. This property is in the flood hazard area, which is the lighter blue color. There's a view of the site. The view of the site. North of the site. East of the site. This is west of the site. This is an Area 3 Historic River to Ridge Plan adopted in 2020. The place type recommendation is industrial hybrid, which are non-noxious light manufacturing type uses. This property, because of the flood hazard area, also has a natural resources overlay on the southern portion of this property. You can see this on the screen. There's a closer view of the place type recommendations. Here's a site plan submitted with a request. The area highlighted in the yellow color is the neighboring asphalt business, which is a very similar business to what the applicant's proposing. You can see the site on the left-hand side. It's entering off Stewart Street. It's a former concrete plant, and then there are recycling materials and storing on the outside, which is not visible from the street. And that area is highlighted in the red on the site plan. There's another view of the particular site itself. And again, one to the right is a neighboring asphalt plant. Here's an example of the one that's already next door. Another view of that on Cushman Street. Another view. This is type of material that would be the machine or will be used on site. This request is compatible with Area 3 Historic River Ridge Plan. The applicant is required to obtain other permits aside from the zoning industrial permit. Staff does recommend a condition limiting access to the site from Stewart Street to keep the industrial traffic away from residential areas to the south. So staff recommends to approve with one condition: access from Stewart Street only.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Any questions for?
What is the flood hazard area?
Oh, the floodplain.
Okay. I just wanted, we changed the language on me there.
Oh, sorry.
Flood
hazard. It's a flood hazard. All in total is a flood hazard, but it's a floodplain.
Any other questions for staff? Councilman Ledford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brian, we don't see very many industrial conditional permits.
Very rare.
Very
This is the
rare.
first one I can think of myself.
So I just wanted to make a request that Councilwoman Knoll be notified, if she hasn't already, through RPA's office. And then we could discuss it further. This is appealable as well, correct?
Yes, within 10 days of the decision of the body today, if somebody wants to appeal the decision either way, it will come, then eventually go on the city council.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, we'll hear first from the applicant, who's got 7 minutes, and then we'll hear from the opposition.
My name's Chris Curtis, 1707 Dorchester Road. I'm the owner of the property.
just as Chattanooga's grown, see the opportunity for a concrete recycling facility. Typically, you'll see bigger contractors have similar equipment on a temporary basis on sites, but smaller contractors don't have access to that. And they're taking it to the landfill right now. And construction prices, as you've heard, other concrete facility. I just feel like this is a business opportunity that can benefit Chattanooga. I think we're compatible with our surrounding area. Asphalt recycling is what's going on the yard, one lot over. The other question I've gotten about this is that power screen does have a dust suppression system in it, since it will be outdoors. And we have no problem with the recommendation of coming off Stewart Street. That's our only access anyway.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Mr. Anderson.
Chris, I just want to make sure that you heard to call Councilwoman Knoll after this meeting, no matter what happens. If you do not speak to her before the council meeting, your case will get deferred.
Okay.
It's friendly advice.
No problem.
Any other questions or advice from anybody? All right, you're here in opposition? Okay, we'll have the opportunity for that, I think, right now. So yeah, come on up. If you're here and you wish to speak in opposition to the case, please come up and line up on the right side of the room here.
Yes, hi, my name's David Coker, and I am the owner of 1321 Stewart Street, which is a rock throw right across the street. Pictured the north picture was my property, which I operated a business for about 15 years there, and now have at least to a tenant that does have offices there, and understand that these are metal buildings. It is an industrial area, it's a metal building, so noises are pretty fluid in the area. I can't imagine the amount of noise it would take to use that machine to break up concrete. So I'm concerned about the noise for my tenants. And there are other property owners that are right in front of and right next to the lay of the land that would be impacted as well. In addition to the noise, I do have concern about the dust that would be created. That was mentioned in the previous conversation about the concrete plant. And it just occurred to me, as you said, it was in the floodplain. It does flood right there. It runs across the road when the ditch backs up. So what would the environmental impact be on the property or the area if it floods and you've got all the concrete busted up everywhere? But in addition to that, the property values for my land is a concern. And I just respectfully request that you deny this request.
Thank you, sir.
Janice Gooden, 2125 Lima Drive. I'm the neighborhood association president for that area, which is my community is very remote. And there are clusters, away from my primary residence. I did reach out to a few of the neighbors. I met Mr. Partain last month. I met Ms. Ford last year. Reached out to the church, Joseph Chapel. They don't have any particular concerns, but I would echo what the previous speaker stated. I would have a concern about the environment and also the noise. But I understand that the hours of operation would be from 8 to 5. So that might not impact everyone. So just wanted to make comments because as we're seeing more requests for housing in this area, we might want to look at how that will impact what the area will look like in the future.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to speak in opposition? All right, sir, you can come back up. You've heard the concerns of the opposition. Can you speak to any of those?
Yes, first I'd like to point out across the street, Mr. Coker, behind him is a trash recycling center that has maybe been in existence maybe 3-4 years. And then there's the asphalt operation has been going on for probably at least 6 or 7 years over there, owns several parcels in this area. This is a highly industrial area. And I don't think we're out of line of the use of the area. As far as the creek and the environmental concerns, we've got a few other permits that we're required to seek to make sure that we don't have any stormwater runoff that goes into those creeks. Also, the flooding that occurs mostly is not due to this creek backing up. It's actually when Stewart Street was repaved, some of our drains don't drain as aggressively as they used to. The cities tried to mitigate some of that, but the creek, I've never once experienced it. I've owned this parcel for more than 10 years. I've never experienced water rising out of that creek and getting on this lot in any way. So I have not seen that.
So one of the questions that was brought up was noise, and you said that there were some other plants adjacent to it, but can you help us understand how loud this equipment is?
If we're not currently having issues with noise in these businesses that are across the street from the asphalt plant, mine is more removed and behind more buildings from Coker than that asphalt operation. And I mean, really, I'm on woods on one side, and I've got an erosion control company on the other, and then I've got the asphalt recycling, and to the rear right is a landscape contractor. And I think we have a hefty landscape buffer between all tracks. And then just due to the south of us, out the rear, those parcels have recently, two of those parcels have recently been bought. And if they haven't been rezoned, I feel like they will be rezoned, not by me, but by other people that have bought them. So it sounds like the little bit of housing that is around us, adjacent to us, is actively seeking change to sell and will not be residents there anymore.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Councilman Ledford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Curtis, can you talk a little bit about the dust mitigation efforts that you employ?
Yes. So inside the machine, you run water to the equipment, and it's got some spray bars that where the machine crushes the stone is sprayed to mitigate that dust coming out the top of it. And then that water goes into a reclamation pond. And then you can either recirculate that water, use it. So you're kind of continual process. And then every once in a while, you've got to dig the sediment out of that pond, but you're capturing that dust. So it's trying not to leave the site.
And the machines are engineered with that built in mind.
Built into it. Yes, sir.
Okay. Brian, will you go back to the conditions real quick? Where did the operational hours come into play? I don't see that as a condition. Is that something that was self-imposed?
It's in the applicant's narrative.
It's in the
applicant's narrative, not a condition, but it's in the narrative as part of the application. Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, I think.
Just talking to neighbors, that's the only thing that I had been asked about as far as when you're going to operate this business and normal business hours. But so we just included that.
Okay. I'm curious, could you limit this business to 4 p.m.? To help mitigate concerns about noise?
Absolutely. I don't think there's any, that wouldn't be an issue if that's a concern.
I'm just trying to figure out some of the questions we may see again and try to put some forward thinking into mitigating some of those concerns. Brian, can we add in a condition? Operating hours of 8 to 4? How about 9 to 4, Mr. Curtis?
Earlier the better, because it's not hot.
It's not hot.
If we could do that, if we could say 8 to 4, that would probably help us.
We're going to go 8 to 4, given that there might be some changes down the road. Obviously, we've got to continue with this. And then I don't know if you heard something about contacting Councilwoman. No, I'm going to have to heavily lean into that one.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you, Brian. Let's add that condition as a condition number 2, and with that, I'll move to approve.
Second.
So we have a motion to approve with 2 conditions. It has been properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item 3 on our agenda, case 2024-0083 is located at 9310 Smith Cemetery Circle, and it's an application to rezone from A1 to R1. Staff is recommended to approve. Is there any opposition present?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
before we get too far, can I go back to the previous case real quick?
Yes.
Unless the application's appealed, Councilwoman Noel will see this. The industrial permit stops with this body unless the opposition appeals within 10 days. That's what I said earlier. It's appealed, yes. This body approves it. Now, if the opposition appeals to us within 10 days today, it will go to city council.
Yeah, and my point is she will be notified. So she'll have it all.
Okay, yeah. You just don't want to be thinking it's going to be coming to our city council next month, and it may not. Okay. Sorry.
All right, we've got opposition here in case 2024-0083. Mr. Schultz.
83, this is a request to rezone from A1 to R1 residential for single unit detached residential. It's roughly 8.22 acres in size. Number of units proposed is 36. That's a density of 4.4 dwelling units per acre. On the screen, you see the zoning map. To the north of this property is A1. To the south and west is R1. A little further south is A1. This site did receive a special permit for a PUD in 2020. And then 921 Lover Road was rezoned from A1 to R1 in 2016, just off the screen. It also received a special permit for a PUD. And then 1413 Lovelady Lewis Road was rezoned from A1 to R1 with conditions in 2023. So there's a history of rezonings of this area from A1 to R1. Here's a view of the property. It's currently vacant. To the north is single unit detached. To the west is single unit detached. And to the south is single unit detached. Then to the east is single unit detached. Here's a view of the site from Smith Cemetery Road. This is a view of the site from Fox Gap Road. North of the site on Fox Gap Road, you can see it's currently being developed as a single family detached subdivision. This is south of the site on Fox Gap Road. This is east of the site on Smith Cemetery, double wide manufactured home. North of the site on Smith Cemetery Road. Here's the site plan submitted with this request. This site plan is also attached to the next case, which is a special exceptions PUD amendment. So this has 2 cases with it, but this is the rezoning. This request is compatible with the comprehensive plan. It would be compatible with adjacent land uses and development reform. So staff recommends to approve this rezoning to R1 in this area.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. The applicant's present? Yes. You wish to speak?
Hello, my name is Jay Bell, and I'm with Tidewater Properties. And this is an extension of our neighborhood Sedman Hills that we've been working on up in Hickson for many years. And we've done several rezonings on it. We acquired a little bit, we think we have a little bit better plan than the last time we were here. And we just need to rezone a small portion of it to R1 in this case. And then the next case, we'll have a new PUD to present.
Thank you. We had some folks here in opposition. If you wish to speak, come on up to the mic.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Jason Persley. I reside at 9134 West Ridge Trail Road, Saudi Daisy. I'll try to be brief and cross all my I's and dot all my T's. But anyway, I found out about this meeting yesterday afternoon, so I didn't have time to get any kind of facts and figures like happened earlier in this session. But what my main concern is how the Sedman Hills subdivision is connected to West Ridge Trail Road. There's another part of this development that is not part of this circled in here, but it is part of the neighborhood. And what it does is it connects this very large neighborhood with West Ridge Trail Road of where I reside. Now, my main concern is the influx of traffic that will be on this road. And by adding this part of the neighborhood, you're adding a lot more homes. So a lot more traffic will be on this road, which is, in my opinion, potentially a fairly dangerous road, because in the short time, well, I've lived on this road for 24 years, and there's been a minimum of 4 accidents right down from my driveway. Just people drive beyond their limits. It's marked 30 miles per hour. And the only way that you know that it's marked 30 miles per hour is where you enter on Dallas Hollow Road or from Sequoia Access Road. There's no additional markings of speed limit along that road. But anyway, while I'm on the subject of development, I guess I'm a neighborhood watchdog, but dirt was excavated from one of the phases for multi-units that they're not being built yet, but the site was excavated off of West Ridge Trail Road, which is close to Smith Cemetery Road. I mean, Smith Cemetery Road is off of West Ridge Trail Road. But most of that dirt was taken and put into development for school buses for Hamilton County at the high school, Sequoia High School. So dirt was taken there, relocated there. It was also relocated off of West Ridge Trail Road or Dallas Hollow Road for another development. I don't think they're tied in with Mr. Bell. But during this process, and I've spoke with Mr. Price prior to the meeting started. So I'm a landscape contractor, and one of the things that I know is that when you start a project, you need to put up silt barrier or silt fence to prevent erosion from going into the neighboring properties. And I can tell you that when this project was started last year, there was no silt fence or no silt barrier that was put in place. And a tracked machine, a steel track machine, was transported from that site up the road to the school bus site via driving it on the road. So blatant, it appears that blatant disregard for the surrounding areas took place. So I'm the person that is called the water agency here in town to make sure that all avenues have been exhausted in trying to prevent water and silt from washing into the ditches there.
Sir, sorry to interrupt. I just want to make sure we stay on point and talk specifically about this case. And
Yes.
I'm paying very close attention to you and having a hard time understanding
Sure.
how what you're talking about ties back to the case.
We're talking about expanding the neighborhood.
Right.
And my
we have
concern,
an application here in front of us to rezone this property from A1 to R1. And what you're talking about are certainly issues that the county highway department would care about if off-road equipment is being driven on the road.
right?
And or the Hamilton County stormwater would
Correct.
very much care about. But it's not that we as individuals don't care about
Sure.
those issues, but we're not
No, I
going to
understand.
take those issues into
No,
consideration.
I understand. I don't
Okay.
know if this is the right
So if you-
format, but what we are talking about is expanding the neighborhood. And that neighborhood is now has access to my street, which cannot handle, the infrastructure is not there. So I oppose it because of that.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Any questions? Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, if the applicant doesn't wish to make his rebuttal, I would move to approve.
We have motion to approve. And it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And the next case on the agenda is case 2024-0084. And this is an application for a planned unit development located at the same property, 9310 Smith Cemetery Circle. And it does have a staff recommendation to approve with conditions. Is the applicant aware of the conditions? Yes, Mr. Bell.
I'm Jay Bell with Tidewater Properties. And the condition that's been placed on this is for us to construct a county road that ties into Smith Cemetery Road. Smith Cemetery Road is a road that was built many years ago, and it's a one-lane road, and actually it's a one-way road when you could do a circular road that was one way. So it really varies from about 15 feet wide to 12 feet wide. It also has some graves in it, you know, very close to it, which would need to be removed. And as the gentleman that lives on West Ridge Trail stated, I'm building a huge, beautiful entrance onto West Ridge Trail for the neighborhood. So the idea that we need to connect into a small, really old county road just doesn't make sense to me. And we'd like to keep our second entrance up on West Ridge. So I'd like to remove that one condition if possible.
Thank you. Mr. Schultz, can you just give us the staff perspective on that?
Maybe Nathan can offer guidance too. It's really to provide more connectivity in this neighborhood to get instead of one way in and out, just provide more connectivity to the budding properties.
Yeah, this is something that we're talking about more and more from a county staff perspective is we're probably going to even try to require more connectivity in the future. This neighborhood is fairly large. I would agree with the neighbor's concern that there could be some issues with volume on one entrance on that side. There's also, some concern with emergency access. And so we thought it was appropriate to ask for connectivity as a part of the request to allow more density in this piece of property. And I will say we're being consistent with this because we did this probably 4 months ago on another property that's out in Ooltewah.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Bill.
We certainly take into consideration the need for emergency access, and that's why we're building the second entrance up on West Ridge. And so the neighborhood does have two main entrances into it. My concern would be that the neighbors on West Ridge, that road ultimately feeds into Smith Cemetery ultimately feeds into West Ridge Trail. So we're not really cutting down on any potential traffic on West Ridge. And Smith Cemetery really is one lane. I mean, it's 12 to 15 foot wide as it circles around the cemetery. So I don't know that it's an appropriate place for us to add that entrance. There may be other better places if a third entrance is required. But we now meet the regulations of having two entrances on truly two opposite sides of this neighborhood. So I'd just like that condition to be removed.
I do want to make sure that we did earlier hear from opposition. We've got the opportunity, if there's anybody that wishes to speak in opposition to the PUD, because we are having a separate conversation. Sometimes we'll only hear from opposition one time, Mr. Bell, on these cases where we have an application for a rezoning plus a PUD. Sometimes we'll just hear from opposition one time, but in this case, I do think it's two separate conversations. So, sir, if you'd like to speak.
Sure.
And then, ma'am, you're standing there, but are you wishing to speak in regards to this case?
The entrance.
Okay. So I want to make sure we've got time also to hear.
Oh, did I jump for somebody? Yeah. Go ahead. Well, I'm sorry. I'll be brief. That's fine. And I agree. I understand the entrance. It makes sense. it needs to be addressed that the narrow road, twisty, windy, West Ridge Trail Road, something needs to happen there as far as the safety of that road, because you're adding a ton more traffic, which is a fact. That's it.
Which makes
Sir,
sense to you? Which,
Yeah, I think we want to hear your thoughts as a community watchdog.
Sure.
Your thoughts in regards to the connection on Smith Cemetery Road.
Well, where he's talking about connecting is at the upper end of West Ridge Trail Road, and that in itself is not a dangerous curve. I mean, you can see very well, but when you add traffic on that road from the backside of this neighborhood, it's a nice neighborhood. I've done work in it. You're adding a lot more traffic, and when you get down like you're going towards Dallas Hollow Road, the twisty, windy parts of that road, if they're leaving the neighborhood, they do not know that that road is marked 30 miles an hour.
So can you answer a really specific question? Would you be in favor of a connection on Smith Cemetery Road or not?
Oh, that no,
Yes.
sir. No. I think I'm in agreement with Mr. Bell that the entrance of the part of the development that I spoke about earlier is fine.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get a handle on.
I agree with him on this one.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
My name is Andrea Burgess, and I live at 9086 Robert Garland View in Soddy Daisy. I do agree that Smith Cemetery Road would not support an exit, but there is already a vast problem with the existing entrance onto Sedman Hills, and only one more entrance is not going to solve that problem with these additional housing. It's not the condition that I oppose, it's the PUD in general. They did show a picture of Fox Gap Lane where they are currently doing development. They have eliminated every single bit of natural vegetation on that road. It was wiped completely. That has caused drainage. I back up to it and my neighbor does. So that has caused drainage issues that come straight down the street, which they have not addressed. I don't think the infrastructure, the schools, the roads can support this. I don't know where they would put another access road on this. And I did have another, no, I'm sorry, I only found out about this a couple of days ago as well, and I'm not familiar with the process. But we have already had a lot of problems, issues with wildlife displacement. We've had a lot of bear sightings. When they clear cut these areas and leave no vegetation whatsoever, that exacerbates that problem. So it's not the rezoning. I know I don't have a justification for that, but putting that many houses in that small of an area and having no reserved natural areas and no vegetation left is going to cause a great deal of problem.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Schultz, you've got some slides pulled up here you want to share?
Yeah, sure. Just remind Planning Commission, maybe opposition to, this has already been approved as a PUD back in 2020, I think it was, for 27 lots. By rezoning this to R1, it goes from 27 to 36 lots. So it's already been approved for 27 lots. This PUD amendment is adding roughly 9 more lots to it. It is reducing the number of open space in this PUD, but the density goes from 3.5 to 4.4. So this was the previous PUD plan that was approved back in 2020. And see the green open space, which is lot 29, now shifts to this a couple more lots being thrown in there.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Anything else?
No.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Do you want to speak?
Have any concerns.
Can you
with
state
them.
your name and address for the record?
Well, I'm Barbara Dennison. My address 1607 Rochester Road. But I only have a concern about the graveyard up there at Smith Cemetery. Because that's a family cemetery. That's my family cemetery. I just want to make sure if they're going to do any kind of development that the graveyard's not going to be messed up with.
That's a valid concern. I think the developer can speak to that. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Bell.
as to the cemetery, we don't have any plans to get near the cemetery. I think the only concern would be is if we built a road that connected to Smith Cemetery, then I think we might, be in that area disturbing it. Our plan is only to build some houses that actually connect to our new road, as you can see. So we plan to stay away from Smith Cemetery, and we see a need for affordable housing in the area, and we'd like to keep it inside this nice development that we've got. And so we think we've got a really good plan. We'd like to have it approved with the removal of that one condition so we can provide the county with some more housing.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Mr. Chauncey.
Thank you, Chairman. Hey, Mr. Bell, question.
Yes.
A second ago, we were talking about if you did need to put in a third entrance, then you would find a more appropriate place to do that other than what was proposed.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any, because I'm looking at this, I'm just trying to see where.
We do connect to Lovell Road. It may not be shown here, but we have land that connects to Lovell Road. Now, we've not studied doing an entrance there, but it's possible. But I'm not certain the neighborhood's going to grow to that extent. This phase and the phase that they've referred to are the last phases on this side of this neighborhood. And
I was just trying to find some healthy balance here between what Mr. Janeway was talking about with concerns with emergency equipment and sort of thing, having access to the subdivision. But I would be in favor of approving this with no conditions as is. Maybe we can have a discussion between now and our zoning committee a month from now as to where you might see a more appropriate third entrance.
Okay. All right.
We have a motion to approve. It has been seconded. Any discussion?
Yeah, I've got one more question.
Yes, Mr. Janeway.
I just, for one thing, I fail to see how we would be getting into the cemetery at all with an entrance there. It's on the other side of the road. I don't see a scenario where we would ask you to widen Smith Cemetery Circle. Another point is that we've got roads all over the county that are 15 feet wide, and a lot of them are two-way roads. So I don't see that as a concern either. And another thing I just want to bring up is when we had the tornadoes out in Ottawa area, Stanford Gap back a few years ago, there were numerous neighborhoods that fire personnel could not get into because of downed trees, people that were trapped in their homes. So this is something in general that the county needs to be aware of and continue to ask for more connectivity. Thank you.
One last thing, Chairman, to respond to that, just really please between now and our zoning committee a month from now, really try to look into what an alternate third entrance would be. If not, solidify what he just told me about not having to.
Well, we've actually got a spot up where this neighborhood touches Hale Road. You could cut an entrance in there in a matter of a few hours. In fact, there is an emergency entrance there now. It has a gate on it. So we technically have 3 entrances into this neighborhood as it exists. We just have a gate on one of them because the neighbors didn't want cut through traffic from Hale Road.
We have a motion to approve. It has been seconded. Thank you for the discussion. I think it's super helpful. Any other? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Motion carries. There's no condition on it currently. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your input. Case 2024-0086, item 6 on our agenda. It's located at 600 West Main Street and 1601 Reggie White Boulevard. And it's an application to rezone from IX4 Urban Industrial Mixed Use Zone to DCX8 and DCX20 Downtown Commercial Mixed Use Zone. And staff is recommended to deny the applicant's request and approve other. Is there any opposition present? And is the applicant present? Okay. And are you familiar with staff's recommendation on this? And is it suitable or no? Come on up so that as we hear from staff, we better know what we're looking for. So just tell us what the issue with staff's recommendation is.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it, Chairman. Generally, we're just wanting to make the case for additional height. The staff's condition would lower our height by recommending an alternative zoning category. So we'd like to present some findings and justification to the commission for discussion.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Schultz.
Sure. Let me go back to this is case 2024-86. This is
Before he starts, can Mr. Anderson ask a question?
Brian, I just want to make sure that your staff report includes how we're changing the context area from U to D.
Yes. Yes.
I've not seen that before, so I'm curious about that.
Yeah, well, that's my understanding. When staff looked at this, if this is a request to go from the urban form-based code to the D downtown context area. My understanding through the land use planning at downtown for the city of Chattanooga, we are recommending at some point to extend the downtown core context area to include this area. I'm not sure how far that would come down. Maybe Dan knows a little bit better, but I think it's going to cover this area to downtown context area. So we did have a concern with that when staff was looking at this request. This request is changed to downtown core CX20 on one portion that butts 27 and DCX8 to the eastern part, which abuts Reggie White Boulevard. This is just north of the, well, it used to be Cricket Pavilion, what's called now, but Finley Stadium. Here's a view of the site, former Eureka site. To the north is vacant land right away. To the east of this site is parking. The south is mixed use and pavilion and skate park. And then, of course, the west is Highway 27. So view of the site from Main Street. View of the site from Reggie White Boulevard. Another view of the site from Reggie White Boulevard. 27 just behind this picture. Northeast of the site. Southwest of the site. East of the site. We don't really have a plan for this area other than the downtown plan, but that plan was adopted in 2005. It encourages a mix of uses. It encourages the reuse of existing buildings is encouraged. And one of the things it does mention is a plan goes building heights a maximum of 48 feet. But again, this plan's back from 2005. Here's some images that the applicant provided for us during, I guess, their charrette process and looking at the existing buildings on site. Some other renderings of district framework they provided, and I guess they can speak further to those renderings that you see on the screen here in terms of pedestrian connectivity. Again, more renderings they had through their charrette. This is one of the site plans concept. I think they had several concept plans they discussed on different layouts for this project. There's another site plan, the orange color, which I don't see on here. Hotel was the red, and the yellowish color is residential. The parking deck. This legend did show orange as commercial. I don't see that unless it's in the first floor. Here's another rendering of what that would look like. You can see Finley Stadium to the southeast corner, Chattanooga Market to the south, and then Block D and Block B and C. That's the area that Eureka found here being redeveloped. It does abut 27 to the west. This image was provided this morning of the site. This is what it potentially looked like if developed on this site into the mixture of uses and commercial and hotel on this site. This is the requested rezoning. You see the darker green was requested rezone from UIX4 to DCX20, and then the lighter shade green is from UIX4 to DCX8. The proposed use, uses proposed is compatible with downtown plan adjacent land uses. The proposed 20-story building would not be compatible with adjacent development in the downtown plan goes. As I mentioned earlier, RPA is currently conducting a comprehensive plan for the city of Chattanooga, including a downtown plan that identified those areas on the edge of the downtown core that are appropriate for higher intense development, including taller buildings like 20 stories, and also expanding the downtown core context. So staff is taking a conservative approach until that planning is done to recommend something different than 20 stories at this location, because this will set the precedent for future requests in this area. Just looking at along 27, here's a screenshot of zones and height along 27 to the east of 27. The convention site is currently UIX6. I'm not really sure why that's zoned industrial mixed use, but it is. And the maximum height is 6 stories. Continuing south, you see UIX4 where the site is. the UPK and U Civic. Just recently to the west of 27, west side of Vols is located. That maximum height there was 7 stories. There is one location on the Bend property that went 20 stories, but everything else in the Bend is 12. Then in Chestnut Street, where Wheeling Foundry is for the new ball field, a lot of that is 12 stories as well. So 12 seems to be the precedent in a lot of these areas. Again, here's just a closer view of it's not really mapped yet for the form-based code, but this is the Wheeling Foundry site, Chestnut Street. See, a lot of that is CX12. Here's an aerial view, sort of showing you what that would look like. You know, Finley Stadium just to the right-hand side here. The Eureka sitting here in the middle. And of course, the 27 sits a little higher than this site. I'm not sure what that would look like in terms of 20-story building. So approving the DCX core will change the form-based code context from urban to downtown, will set a precedent for future rezoning requests. Again, the downtown plan was approved 20 years ago, and the central business district has since expanded, and form-based codes has increased the intensity since the plan is adopted. Again, we're currently undergoing a land use planning process in this area. So staff is being more conservative and recommending to deny the DCX 20 and approve DCX 8 as requested by the applicant, and approve DCX 12 instead of 20 stories. So really the difference boils down to height.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. If there are any questions for staff, I'd love to hear them now. Okay. Questions? Okay. And then I had asked earlier if there was any opposition. I just want to make sure. Is there any opposition other than staff? Go ahead.
Good afternoon, commissioners, and thank you for your service. My name is Scott Morton. I'm a principal at Smith G Studio. We are the urban design and architectural consultant for this project. It's not very often in your career you get to work on a legacy project like this with such a unique and cultural past. I've been fortunate to work on 2 old adaptive reuse foundry sites, and this really just provides a great opportunity for downtown and Chattanooga to provide a lot of great benefits and value. The site is really uniquely positioned on West Main. The redevelopment of the site and the mix of uses that we're proposing will be really a great integration of the hub of success in the West Main district and connecting over to the Bend. There's quite a large gap currently between those 2 very successful areas, and this will really help create that continuity all the way from West Main to the riverfront. You know, the biggest part of our plan was to figure out how to get value out of the historic assets on this site. The Eureka Foundry, being one of the most iconic and longest running foundries in the country, recently closed. And we wanted, through our design process, embrace the past, but also, provide for the future. So, our goal is really to activate the site with a mixture of new uses and new life, that will bring a 24/7 environment to this largely vacant district. It's currently an entertainment district that's primarily occupied during special events and game day opportunities, but the development of this site for housing choices, new retail, new food and beverage, hotel, and some office space will provide for a new environment of activity and activation of the stadium district. We're going to do that through a variety of different ways, not only the uses, but we'll provide public benefit through new community spaces in new parks that are spread throughout the development that will integrate and educate the community on the history of the site and embrace the historic relics of the site and integrate those into the landscape. In public spaces, we're providing a variety of different open spaces and activation on the site, including a living alley and an event plaza, among others. We have 2 major pedestrian networks proposed that are going to navigate through the site. In addition to the extensive sidewalk system, we're proposing extension of the greenway through the site and over to the riverfront greenway, all the way connecting to the UTC connector that will ultimately connect to the Finley Stadium site. And so we want to be that, embrace the Greenway as an asset and really play up our development and front onto it and activate in a positive way. Furthermore, there's a unique condition of the site where a rail line comes into the site, and we view that as a great opportunity to bring a strong pedestrian Greenway spur, if you will, into the site and through it, and bring pedestrians and tenants and patrons into the site and to enjoy the retail services. Furthermore, we want to expand the infrastructure and integrate the community into the fabric of downtown. We're doing this through creating a new street and block network that will follow the historic patterns of the city's plat. So bring back those historic city streets and really integrate this into the fabric of downtown and provide further connectivity in the district. We really want to embrace the history. The adaptive reuse of the buildings is one of the primary features.
Sir, can I jump in real quick? You've just got a couple of minutes remaining, and I want to make sure you touch on
the rationale.
Yes. Yeah, and
I'm
that
getting there.
you're asking for so much height over what's permitted elsewhere.
Sure, I can transition more quickly. Thank you. The height here, we have proposed really for many reasons. The investment in infrastructure, open space, and most importantly, the adaptive reuse of these historic buildings is paramount to this project. Those historic buildings are very costly. And so we want to look at ways where we can provide appropriate punctuated height without setting a precedent for the development of the site at the right location. And so what we are proposing is a 20-story district adjacent to Highway 127. And we will transition in height down to 6 stories as you get to the east, closer to the neighborhood scale of the West Main Community District. We think it's an appropriate transition for the context. Our western property boundary is elevated, roughly 4 to 5 stories, depending on the product type. So we are starting well below the highway street level, if you will. It's super elevated. But that is the primary concern, is that with 12 stories would not allow for the economic model to restore these adaptive buildings and provide the infrastructure and open space amenities. I want to share a little bit more about the justification for consideration of our request. I mean, we agree in principle with the staff that you shouldn't set a precedent in this area in the general way, but I'd like to communicate how we believe we're not setting a precedent. We might be setting the bar very high with this request. And so, due to the unique conditions of the site, the contextual appropriateness for the height along Highway 29, and the overall value and benefit the project will provide downtown, we think it's worthy of consideration by this body. Most significant value is the historic preservation. Allowing for that additional height provides the development incentive to restore and repurpose the buildings, and the trade-off provides a significant value to the city and the development team with the costly endeavor of restoring these old buildings for the future residents of Chattanooga. Furthermore, the provision of infrastructure and the block network, the value of the city it brings, and the additional parking. We are providing additional parking that's much needed for Finley Stadium for game day events on site. And this is something we've talked about with many of the stakeholders around Finley Stadium is a critical need. And so finally, that was 7 minutes.
Yeah, it flies by, doesn't it?
Oh my gosh.
You've got 2 minutes to respond after opposition.
I will finish.
So no. There is no opposition. So we'll add 2 minutes to the clock.
I will not need
You've
more.
got that time.
Thank
as well.
you. In summary, these planned investment improvements will add value and make the site unique. These factors that I communicated demonstrate that the approval of this request is unique to this site only and will not create a bad or necessarily repeatable precedent. One could argue that if another property could provide similar benefits to the city, then they should be worthy of consideration also. However, this unique condition will not set a precedent because of its specificity. We do believe we have the opportunity to set the bar high for what the expectations for future development in the stadium district should be. And we consider the for the consideration of additional height and for the right benefit and location, we think this could be an appropriate request for the punctuated height at this along Highway 127. We greatly and humbly appreciate your consideration in this request, and of course, we're always happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there are questions. So start with Mr. Anderson.
Why the change in context area from U to D?
That was, from our application, preliminary conversations with city staff, that was the recommended category.
Brian, why the change in context area from U to D? Somebody's got to have an answer to that question in this room.
Yeah, U doesn't allow the 20 stories,
Okay.
number one. And then my understanding, what I've been told, the context areas are changing for downtown. It will be expanding further. Anybody else have anything different?
Okay.
Mr. Payne.
I mean, it's awful quiet on my end here, so
I just want to
let me make sure.
Let me defer. I'll defer to Mr. Payne. for a
Okay,
moment.
Mr.
I'll make it
Payne, and
back.
then we're back to Mr. Anderson.
Well, just,
and then
I'm
Councilman-
trying to make sure you guys recommended not allowing 20, but recommended the zoning that would allow 20?
Yes, we recommended DCX 12 and not the 20.
Okay.
Another option you could go with is they could basically create their own zone, if you will, for urban context. That gets a little messy, if you will, for creating own zones like the Bend and Wheeling Boundary and West Side. They've created their own zones of different height.
Mr. Anderson or Mr. Ledford?
We do have a draft downtown place type map. I mean, we're kind of in the middle of thinking this through. And so again, this is just a few months ahead of our process.
That's what I thought.
I think, when you start getting into these kind of vertical changes, I think, we start to get a lot of fuzziness because, I mean, I think initially you think about what's the infrastructure? Do we have enough infrastructure downtown? Thinking about other development in the area. I mean, we don't really have a great traffic model at this point. So I think we were just being cautious. But I think we recognize that I think the downtown area is going to continue to grow for many years. And I think we support the project. It's just a matter of, how much is how much do we feel like this area can accommodate?
Councilman Ledford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to, several years ago, when the Bend came before this body, it had a recommendation for denial. And there was a certain young councilman who said this was a game changer and made a motion to approve it. Several years down the road, it's still a major game player because it's innovative, it's bold, and it is it's amazing progress. We're going to have to embrace height. Even in my own home, I wish we were able to build a third story because of a growing family need. And I'm afraid that I'm going to have to look elsewhere. And I love where I live. It breaks my heart. I mean, we don't have the land. We're going to have to think about vertical development. And at some point, we may be pushed into it with really intuitive and creative designs. I saw that with the Bend years ago. I'm still seeing it, and I think I'm seeing it again. And I just want to bring that to everyone's attention that just because we're not ready, let's not throw away good ideas, because sometimes we get pushed into things that we need to be pushed into because we're maybe a little too scared or afraid to make a change or embrace something like that. This is an amazing product. I mean, I'm looking at this is your site plan.
Yes.
And this is an incredible asset to our city. And I just wanted to make a note of that. I was reflecting on the Bend years ago. So thank you. At the time I was a young councilman. Now I'm not quite as young as a councilman, but
Mr. Lyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. One of the other hats that I wear, not here, is as the president of the American Institute of Architects of the state of Tennessee. And I just returned from Washington, D.C., voting on behalf of the state's architects. And the I think, one, I'd like to say that this is a beautiful design. And I think this is the scale of a lot of the downtown block that's being represented here is very compelling and absolutely appropriate. But one of the things that occurs to me is that as I was walking through Washington, D.C., the building height restriction in that town is in sort of, it gives homage to the prominence of the Capitol buildings so that everyone can see them from different vantage points around town. And while we don't have the Washington Capitol or the Washington Monument in this town, we do have our scenic beauty. The skyline of this town is represented by Lookout Mountain, the Tennessee River Gorge, Moccasin Bend, is what Mayor Kelly often refers to as our secret sauce. It is something for us to protect. And while I do agree that stacking density is important for pro formas, and that is important to make development work, we do need to be very cautious with what we do because we're setting up the future generations of what that skyline will look like. And I just want us to be certain that plus 200 feet to accommodate 20 stories, that we're not selling that, that we're not compromising that skyline that from across town and throughout this basin is what is so special. I think 12 stories is a lot. And if that's too much to make the pro forma work, then I do apologize that that's where I feel appropriate to cap the height for this part of town. And so I'll stay with the 12.
If I may.
Yes, because I think there was maybe some question in there. So
Okay.
yes.
You're right. I mean, the historic preservation is not merely a dollar amount. The cost of something should not be the sole discretion for consideration of additional density. But I think there's multiple factors here to consider. But it isn't the land area. So what we're really trying to promote is a transfer of development rights, if you will. The existing historic buildings are 1 story in height. If they, for example, you could have a pro forma that developed the site all at 12 stories and didn't preserve a building, you would have a different set of numbers. And so it's not only the individual cost, it's the lack of development potential that you lose by understanding the value that historic preservation will bring to the property by providing, capturing that history and the legacy of the site has a cost associated with it. And, I don't disagree. Law Enforcement's plan of DC was very specific to preserve the iconic structures. I would argue there is precedent here that exists today, not only in the proposed 20-story in the Bend that doesn't exist today, but it's approved, but also with the new library, 20-story building and also the trade center. So all of these are within blocks of the site and do exist today. So I think compatibility and context exist today and could be appropriate for these considerations.
Mr. Anderson.
Yes. What do you have planned for if a 20-story building is approved and constructed? What do you have a plan for that building specifically? What do you have on the ground floor?
Sure. It would be activated with ground floor retail and a hotel lobby, most likely in the event. Most likely it's a hospitality use. There's also the option of a residential tower with ground floor commercial.
And then I've got a question for you. You've mentioned these historic buildings that are being protected.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way that we can point those out
Sure.
on this site plan? Help us to see where those are?
Yeah, so we really wanted to capitalize on the most valuable buildings that have visibility from Reggie White Boulevard. They're also the oldest buildings on the site, the original brake shoe factory right next to the brewery. So there's the two buildings in the foreground. The facade behind it also is preserved in front of that new building. And then there's the large machine shop is not visible in this view, but it's on the 20-story portion of the site. behind some buildings here. And so those four buildings, oh, sorry, there's 3 up front and then 1 in the back, 2 in the back. So there's, I think, 5 total.
Mr. Schultz, do we ever have conditional form-based code zoning? I want to say we've avoided that.
We have very rarely used conditions on form-based code, but we have. I think we had one maybe last month, but we tried not to put conditions on form-based code.
So one of my concerns with a 20-story building, just in general, is coming from a vacation that I went on one time that I will never do again, and that is down to 30A, where there are, you know where 30A is? Okay, so it's just tower, 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 and they're all single-use towers. And as a result of that, if you want to eat, you cannot eat at the property that you're staying at. You have to get in your car and you have to drive 3 blocks, which takes 45 minutes. And, you know, my observation wearing a planning commissioner's hat was that, you know, while I do not like conditions and I do not like the government telling people what they can and can't do with their land, the fact that they allowed all of this height without a requirement that, you know, certain things be developed on those properties without any conditions on how they were developed, it led to these massive infrastructure problems that now cannot be resolved. I mean, no matter how wide 30A gets, it doesn't get better ever. And so, you know, I personally am not opposed to 20 stories, but I struggle with it without any conditions, like these buildings are going to be saved. And yes, we are trading our right to tear these buildings down and build 10 stories or 8 stories. And instead we're asking for 20 stories here so that we can preserve these, which does make Chattanooga special in that our main street has all these historic buildings, and, you know, downtown's done a good job of preserving what we have. So I'm struggling with an approval without a number of conditions being addressed, like how in the world a property like this parks, and how doesn't it cause great consequences to the existing infrastructure, and some things like that I feel like would be a miss on our part. And you obviously have put a lot of plan into this.
Yes.
And our
traffic and parking, you know, we will be doing the full traffic study. You know, we have to get through the zoning hurdle first and, you know, have a site plan with specific numbers. They need exact bedroom counts to run the full traffic study. So we totally understand that and are willing to make it a condition of that, but in other conditions that you may consider appropriate.
So yeah, I hear you. The traffic study would come later.
Correct. That's
And
just
then
the order of operations.
The traffic study could, but I'm not understanding exactly how the traffic study would impact the height of the building or how it was used.
It would affect the total amount of density in the mixture of uses.
According to
traffic counts, trip generation,
right, but
distribution.
who's going to have oversight over that? Because it will have already gone through planning commission.
It has to be approved as a final site plan, you know, when you apply for any building permits.
I don't know that. Is there oversight over that beyond us?
Well, when you do a traffic study, the Public Works Department's going to require some aspect of, you know, that they're going to blow out an intersection or something like that. They'll require some kind of improvements or maybe some cash contribution or something like that could happen, I guess. But in terms of the overall downtown traffic impacts 5 years from now from multiple developments and how we pay for things, that's going to be entirely probably on the city. So we need to be real cautious. I mean, this site's in a good location in many ways. It's close to Main Street, and Riverside Parkway, and 27. I mean, it's got a lot of access, but we got multiple projects happening in the next few years. And, you know, on a big game night, we're going to need to manage traffic. I mean, and so I think we Public Works, I think we all kind of recognize that going forward, but I just, I don't expect that their traffic study is necessarily going to resolve the downtown issues. It'll resolve the issues around their site.
And we understand it will have off-site improvements required as part of it. It's customary. We have new public streets coming through the site, and we're recommending a road diet for West Main. So we will be having extensive conversations with planning and public works about all of the infrastructure around the site, including the traffic studies. They will require it for this amount of infrastructure request.
Mr. Anderson.
How much of an imposition is a 1 month deferral to you?
That would be to the owner.
Chris, or does that kill the project or anything? Okay. I very much want to give approval to a 20-story building. And as Mayor Kelly's representative on this board, I will tell you that we are generally agreeable to 20-story buildings. We've approved 2 in the 3 years we've been in office. These are positive things. However, I think there's a lot of distance between where you are, where the staff report is. There are some questions that we still have open from this meeting. It's our job to send this to the city council for approval after thoroughly vetting it and making these kinds of determinations and recommendations. So with that, I would like to work with you directly, and Chris, we can meet, you got my number, to work out some of these issues on behalf of the mayor. And I'd like to offer a motion for a 30-day deferral on this case.
We have a motion to defer for 30 days, and it has been properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion
Thank you.
carries. Thank you. Next case on the agenda is case 2024-0087, and this is located at 5308 Hunter Road. And it's an application to rezone from A1 to C3, and staff is recommended to deny. Is there any opposition present? Is the applicant present? Mr. Schultz.
Yeah, this is case 2024-87. This is a request to rezone a property from A1 Agriculture District to C3 General Business District for proposed use of a production studio. It's roughly 4.46 acres in size in the Udawal community off Hunter Road. Looking at the zoning map, to the south is C2, and to the east of this property is C2. To the north is A1 and R1, and further north is O1. And to the west across Hunter Road is A1 and R1. There's been no history on this particular site. However, abutting this property there has been. The 5200 block of Hunter Road was rezoned from A1 to C2 in 2012 with conditions, and that's pointed to the right of this site. The unaddressed property just to the south of this site is a big C2 portion, but that's being developed as apartments. So it's being used not as residential uses, even though it's zoned C2. And further north of this site, that was rezoned in 2019 for O1 uses with conditions. It's currently a vacant piece of property. To the north is vacant, but as I stated earlier, that's being proposed to be developed as multifamily apartments. To the southwest is vacant property. To the east across Hunter Road is west across Hunter Road is single family detached. To the north is single unit detached. And then to the west of this side is a daycare. Then across the creek to the east is where you see most of the commercial development happening in this area along Hunter Road. Here's a view of the side. The portion of the south of this side is in the 100-year flood. There's a view of the site. There's a daycare. It's looking into the site. This is from Hunter Road. South of the site. West of the site. This is the intersection of Hunter Road and Udawal Harrison Road, southwest of the site. This is north of the site, and that's the daycare. This property is in the Wolf River Creek area plan, which was adopted in 2005. And the Wolf River plan recommends low intensity residential, which is primarily single unit detached residential. It doesn't recommend commercial at this location. There's a closer view of that. Here's the site plan that was submitted with the request. This request is not compatible with adopted land use plan. It would not be compatible with adjacent land uses and development reform. Again, the C3 permits higher intense non-residential uses such as light industrial, adult-oriented establishments, and auto-oriented uses. This request will set the precedent for future requests in this area. As stated earlier, we're currently undergoing an area planning process that will provide guidance on future zones and future uses within this area. So staff recommends to deny this request based on those reasons.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Are there any questions for staff? All right.
Good
All yours.
afternoon. My name is Alan Jones. Address is 1112 Wilmouth Road in Dunlap, Tennessee. So today I'm actually on here on behalf of the applicant Gearco and Gearco Productions and AD Engineering. The business that's looking to relocate from Nashville to Chattanooga is Juniper Hill Entertainment. Looking at this site in particular, right now it's kind of right on that edge between, literally right on the edge of Chattanooga and Hamilton County. If this site were in Chattanooga city limits, we'd be looking at just an extension of an existing commercial zone and onto this site. And, you know, as far as setting a precedent, this really is kind of the last piece of this kind of commercial node. And I know it's going to be multifamily, but this kind of commercial multifamily node, this is the last piece that's in this area that's really ripe for redevelopment. So the property to the south, as Brian mentioned, is going to be, I think when I talked to Commissioner Highlander, I think they're talking about 600 units at this site. So this is going to be a significant multifamily development as far as that development goes. In front of us is a daycare center. It's Mill Creek Daycare. Had a few conversations with them. Their primary concern, obviously, is going to be the safety of their children and the parents, especially during egress or drop-off times in the mornings and pickup in the afternoon. The discussion I had with her during construction is we can be mindful and have our contractors work with the daycare just to make sure that we're not going to be having vehicles coming and going during the major drop-off and pickup times during the day. From a zoning perspective, and I'll get into a little more details of the actual business of Juniper Hill, but from a zoning perspective, this actually is going to really, it's a nice transition from the residential development we have to the north and the high density residential that's going to be to the south. The reason for the C3 request as opposed to a traditional C2 is for the building height. C2 is going to cap us at that 35-foot height. But for the operations of this business, the owner and the business needs that 40-foot building height for the sound studios. The site has been carefully designed to hide the bulk of the building from the residents to the north. With the grade change, with the 40-foot building, the view from the residents to the north is only going to be about 15 to 20 feet of building height. So it's only going to appear to be like a two-story building from the residential side. As I mentioned earlier, this business is looking to move here from Nashville, and it's called Juniper Hill. They're looking for a new place to build a new campus in the Ooltewah area. And they would have 2 sound stages for TV, film for kids, family and faith-based production, along with editing bays and recording studios to create content for networks, streaming, and live stage productions. This would be the first of its kind here in Chattanooga. A few things about Juniper Hill. They provide sound, lighting, video, special effects equipment, and staffing to support their clients who have products touring stages around the world, in addition to creating content for Netflix and for YouTube and others. The design and the intention of this campus is for it to be a creative retreat space with green space. We have a lot of really undevelopable land in the rear because of Wolf Teeter Creek. So having green space and intentional trails for the guests and the people being there to be able to get outside, outdoor photo shoot opportunities. In addition, having some stages and studios outside as well. They are a small company, but they have been the go-to facility for companies such as Hasbro, which produces Peppa Pig and PJ Masks, Think Fong, which produces Baby Shark, Moonbug, which produces Blippi, Nickelodeon, Sesame Street Workshop, and others. Those clients would be following them from their Nashville facility to here in Ooltewah. They are not a foot traffic business. So when it comes to traffic, this is not an in and out operational business with foot traffic. By nature of what they do, they need a quiet location, and they build their buildings and their structures accordingly to mitigate sounds from the outside. So therefore, all the sounds that are being produced inside the building are not going to be bothering the neighbors. In addition, they look forward to being able to provide services that other people would otherwise need to go to Atlanta, to Nashville, or Knoxville just to accomplish. And in addition to this, when these productions come to town, they'll be staying at local hotels, restaurants, and the like to help further the economy for this great business. In addition, they look forward to being very educational centric. They want to be able to help create opportunities in the community to be able to provide for schools to take field trips here so they can watch and observe and see dress rehearsals and shows. They want to work with high school and college campuses as well, so kids can have access to learn trades, participate in productions. that they otherwise would not have access to. There's going to be over $2 million worth of equipment in this facility, and they want to be able to allow kids, high school kids, college kids, to be able to touch, feel, and learn the video industry as this project moves forward. So we look forward to the opportunity of bringing this campus, and we know Juniper Hill Entertainment will be a great fit to this community. Take any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I think I asked earlier, but I just wanted to make sure, is there any opposition present? All right. Any questions for the applicant?
Yeah, question, Mr. Chair. Thank
Commissioner Chauncey.
you. Mr. Jones, do you have any idea how many people you're going to be having employed?
Sure. So as far as the actual employment of the facility, it's a fairly low number. I don't have the actual number, but the amount of people that come and go from the facility depends on which shows are in town for the recordings. So it could be anywhere from 10 or 15, upwards maybe 20 or 30.
Okay. Do you know what the total investment is roughly?
I don't have that number. I'm sorry. Not cheap.
Okay. I'd kind of like to know how many jobs it's bringing and what
Sure.
the total investment is.
Absolutely.
If we don't have that, maybe you could find
Definitely
that.
get that by the county
Thanks,
commission level.
Mr. Jones, is there any reason why you applied for the rezoning on the whole piece of property? It looks like the development only takes place on a portion of the property.
I mean, there's no reason we could. It's just the rear of the property that's in the floodplain and flood zone. We could limit the rezoning to the buildable area. There's no issues with that. We can't build back there anyway.
Right.
But they do intend to use it for passive recreation trails and that kind of thing for folks that are there.
Sure. Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, what's the will of the commission?
I move to approve.
We have a motion to approve, and it has been properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Next case on the, don't go anywhere, right? All right, next case on the agenda is 2024-0088. And it's located at the 4100 block of 12th Avenue, and it's an application to rezone from R1 to C2, and staff is recommended to deny. Is there any opposition present? All right, Mr. Schultz.
Sure, this is 2024-88. This request is to rezone from R1 to C2. Proposed commercial parking lot for the commercial C2 to the west on this left on the screen. It's 0.33 acres in size. To the north of this side, south and east is R1. To the west is C2 and UGC. Again, this parking lot will be used for the existing C2 that was just rezoned a couple months ago. The applicant did provide two conditions: maximum building height of 25 feet, and auto-oriented uses, adult-oriented establishments, kennels, animal daycare facility, animal grooming service, and similar uses for small domestic animals. Hospitals and self-service storage facilities are prohibited. So the applicant did propose two conditions. Again, the C2 to the west of this site was rezoned just recently in 2024. The UGC was rezoned in 2011 from R1 to UGC. It's a vacant piece of property. To the north and south and east is single unit residential. And to the west is a commercial vacant building, and to the south is vacant. There's a view of the site. Again, that building in the rear of the picture was just rezoned to C2. Another view of the site, northeast of the site, which is single family detached. Southeast of the site. South of the site, intersection 12th and 42nd Street. Again, this is the current C2 zone property. It's vacant. They was here just 2 months ago. Wasn't sure what they really wanted to do with this piece of property. This property is in the Rossville Boulevard Community Plan, which is in 2004. It recommends low density residential for this particular piece of property. Here's a closer view of that location. You see it's low density residential. Here's the site plan showing the parking lot, and just to the west, the big square, that is the existing C2. The request is not compatible with adopted land use plan or adjacent uses to the north, south, and east. This will continue the present and future C2 in this area. Again, like the county, we're conducting new land use plans and waiting on those to provide guidance on changes to zoning on this site. One thing we noted, the applicant can apply for a special permit to the Board of Appeals for parking lots for off-street parking on residential zone lots when it is adjacent to C2. This would be the perfect opportunity for that. So based on that, staff recommends to deny this request.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Mr. Jones.
Hello again. So with this project, just as Brian mentioned a month or two ago, 4188 Dodds Avenue was just recently rezoned to commercial for the renovation of this old warehouse building. And thankfully, the owner has already gotten their first tenant lined up to join in a couple months. But where they're running into issues is to fill out the remaining spaces, we need to have additional parking available. The parking for this old warehouse build, I think in the 60s, if I remember right, doesn't have adequate parking to meet the codes that we have today. So with the purchase of this building, he also was able to acquire the lot that fronts on 12th and 42nd Avenue. I've been working with both Councilwoman Dotley and the East Lake Neighborhood Association. They are good with our request because they are anxious and excited to see that this property is no longer blighted and moves forward. In addition to the 20-foot buffer, we'll have the 20-foot buffer between us and the property to the north. When I talked to Neighborhood Association, they did ask us to consider one more condition, which I would like to add to the two conditions that were already submitted. And that would be that no vehicular access would be allowed on the 12th Avenue, which the residents were good with that approach. So with those three conditions, the Neighbor Association was good with our request, and I would turn it over to you guys for any further questions.
Mr. Schultz, can you pull those conditions back up? And Mr.
Sure.
Anderson, you wanted to say something?
Oops. And staff did receive one email in opposition to this request.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, why not apply for the special permit?
You can. BOZA is a challenging process, to be fair.
Oh, did you see that?
Am I allowed to say that out loud?
Yeah, no, you did better than I did.
Okay.
I think I was
BOZA
shaking
can be
my
a
head.
challenging process. And also from a financing standpoint and from a banking standpoint, revocable permits is harder to get financing approved. So the client would like to prefer to move forward with something that's a little more concrete.
Mr. Anderson.
I had a question, and I was going to ask if you had spoken with Councilwoman Dotley in the Neighborhood Association, but you
Sure.
answered that question. So I'm going to move approval of this with the conditions that you stated, items 1 and 2 that are on the screen today, as well as the third condition, no vehicular access to 12th Avenue. That is
Second.
my motion, Chairman.
Second.
We have a motion with 3 conditions and to approve, and it has been properly seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Payne.
I do have one question. Is it a parking garage you're talking about?
Parking lot,
A flat parking
just a
lot?
flat parking lot, yes, sir.
Why do you have a 25-foot building height?
Just in case, yes, he's purchased the property for investment. But 20 years down the road, if the climate changes, we could look at possibly expanding that business warehouse over. But really the reality of it is the parking is needed for the business. And so the conditions were a result of a carryover from the adjacent property that we rezoned last month. And so Dotley asked us to have the same conditions in place.
I'm
Yeah.
fine with that. I'm just curious
Yeah.
if the neighborhood would be okay with it.
Yes, and I've sent them the staff report and everything about special permits being issued through BOZA, and they understood those. Okay.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next case on the agenda is item 9. It's a mandatory referral, case 2024-0089, and it's located at the 1000 block of Mackey Avenue. And staff is recommended to deny street right-of-way closure request. Is there any opposition present? And is the applicant present? You're the applicant? Okay. Go ahead and work your.
We
Yes.
did receive one opposition.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Schultz.
Sure. This is a mandatory referral request to close the right-of-way at Mackey Avenue and East Brainerd. Proposed use is off Dudley Lane. It's a single-unit detached residential, and you see the area requested in red where the right-of-way will be closed. This right-of-way is zoned R1. The cross-hatched area is Mackey Avenue, which we did receive a special permit for a PUD in 2015. Here's an aerial view of Mackey Avenue. Mackey Avenue pretty much stops on the screen where it says Mackey Avenue. The pavement's sort of dead end, so this is an open right-of-way towards Dudley Avenue. To the west of Mackey Avenue is single-unit residential. To the north is commercial. Along Mackey Avenue, closer to East Brainerd, and then single unit and vacant land to the east of this right-of-way, and then single unit to the south of Dudley Avenue. Here's a view of the right-of-way. I think the applicants went in and cleaned the trees and stuff in this right-of-way, and you can see what that looks like now. Here's a closer view of that right-of-way and the right-of-way being cleaned. Another view of that. Another view north of the right-of-way of Mackey Avenue. This is east of the site. This is west of the site, single unit detached residential. And this is where Mackey Avenue ends. You can see just beyond that green grass there, that's where the right-of-way continues on. The applicant's property is right there. This is roughly the area requested to be abandoned. It will be split equal distance between the applicant and adjacent properties owners on the left-hand side of this right-of-way. Here's the subdivision plat that was created back in just recently in 2024, I think April 2024, we created these two lots. Actually, they were lots of record, just reconfigured the orientation. So lot 123 is the applicant's property, and you see Mackey Avenue just to the left of this plat. This right-of-way request does not meet the City of Chattanooga right-of-way closure and abandonment policy. The right-of-way contains a sewer line that provides service to adjacent lots. The right-of-way provides a future connection from East Brainerd Road to Dudley Avenue. The applicant could apply for a temporary use permit to construct a driveway in the right-of-way if that's the need for the closure. The applicant said the application is requesting the abandonment of an unopened right-of-way to expand the road frontage to build a single-unit detached dwelling. There appears to be enough road frontage, 108 feet, to develop on this lot because it was platted. It's a platted lot, meets the requirements of R1. And just in case of flooding or anything in this area, because this area does flood quite a bit, staff is recommending to leave this right-of-way open for another exit in and out of this general vicinity. So staff recommends to deny and encourage the applicant to pursue the temporary use route.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Any questions for staff? Okay. Councilman Ledford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is obviously in District 4. I'm familiar with Mackey Avenue. I'm on there quite a bit, frequenting the car wash. And I'm familiar with the traffic conditions that it takes to turn on to Mackey from onto East Brainerd Road. So upon doing some research with a lot of the area residents, this is obviously apparently a very old conversation. This from the neighborhood surrounding the area. It has been told to me by several residents that nobody wants this to connect to East Brainerd Road. We have a traffic light at Stanley that handles that traffic safely, and I agree with that. So, but my concern is, number one is access to sewer, and I do want to make sure that no one is without that access. And number two, I am curious to ask the applicant if we have researched the temporary use permit.
Yes.
You have not, because you can do what you want to do through that process. And Mr. Schultz, would you explain that process, please?
Yes, what I understand of it, you would reach out to our Chattanooga Department of Transportation. They would review it and allow you, if they approve the temporary use, you can put your if you are putting a driveway or a fence or something, you can use that right away temporarily until some point in the future where the city may need to build the street there. Because once they give it up, it's hard to get it back if they ever need it in the future. It's just temporary. You can use it from that until they need it back. And that's working with the CDOT department. Division. Yeah.
However, if I built a concrete driveway, the city would have the opportunity to come in and cut it up.
I think that's correct, because it'd be there right away.
That's what I was told by Caleb Fisher.
And my question would be, and I agree with the not connecting. I think that is smart, given from what I've talked to. So we're on the same page there. What I'm trying to avoid is a situation where someone is denied access. to their property through the sewer. That's what concerns me. That was in your notes, and that's also what I have been concerned with. So, Brian, can you explain that a little bit further for me on the property adjacent? Is that in, I mean, would they essentially lose the ability to build a house? Because I'm thinking no, just based on.
So we're talking about the one to the north of the screen here, because my little hand there, that's the applicant here.
Right.
And she would have frontage on Dudley Road. This property in the back, the right of way still comes down in front of them. So they technically have right of way. They would have to build some type of driveway, if you will, or road to get frontage there, because right now they couldn't build anything until they built a road there.
Right.
Sewer access, if this is closed, most likely CDOT would recommend a sewer easement being in place to continue. That sewer easement doesn't go away, or sewer line doesn't go away. It still remains there.
Still remains?
Yes.
So if this was abandoned, that access is still accessible?
Yeah, when it comes, I think when it gets in front of city council, most likely if it is approved from the CDOT, it'd be approved with the condition sewer easement to remain.
Okay, that's something that I think.
I misspoke, but we did receive some support as well for this.
Sure.
I think I
sure.
just said opposition, but we did receive support.
Yeah, you should have, because I know I went through and talked to several folks in the area. So thank you. I appreciate that. I know the applicant still has 7 minutes to present their case. So thank you.
We're requested the closure of the unopened, abandoned 1,000 block of Mackey Avenue, the right of way. Mackey is currently a single lane street to where it dead ends. There's many businesses on there, and actually one of the business parking lot goes onto the street. So it's very narrow. We previously owned the last 2 lots, one being on Mackey and one being on Dudley. And when we had it surveyed, we were told in order to utilize the Mackey lot, which was the last lot on Mackey, we, the homeowner, would have to asphalt the street from where it ended to get to our property in order to utilize it, which that was totally and economically not feasible. So we in turn combined the 2 lots, part of the lot. Actually, we combined half of it with my brother's property at 7801 Dudley, and I took half of it, in which my brother gave me this property to build because I have 2 sisters in the area and we'll be within a half a mile apart. So it's important to us to close this down. And actually, we lost a $75,000 lot doing this because we couldn't afford to asphalt the rest of the street to get to the lot. So to me, if the city was concerned, they would have already asphalted that property. That property has been that way since Ingleton Heights, in my studies, was developed in the 1950s and 1960s. Also, Sherman Smith developed what we call Gibson Meadows, a subdivision that backs up to the Mackey Avenue properties. And Sherman was, the city tried to get Sherman to open the street up at that time, and it was never opened. And traffic was routed off of Stanley Avenue because Mr. Smith wanted a one-way in, one-way out egress for his subdivision. But we're planning to build a house, and we request this closure to use as a driveway and a yard and beautify it, because I have pictures that was sent to Planning Commission showing how the property was grown up and people had dumped trash, and the city couldn't even reach the brush and trash that people had dumped. And it was a very big eyesore going into this nice new subdivision. So when we had our lot cleaned, we paid a contractor to clean the right of way. And in doing so, the right of way was so grown up with overgrown trees, brush, that they knocked the power out of the community twice trying to get this cleaned up. So, I mean, to me, the city totally abandoned it and had done nothing. But anyway, like I said, the subdivision in Ingleton Heights was developed late 50s, 60s, and it's never been a need to open that, even though they developed a new subdivision with 50 some odd houses. The road's still closed. So at least the city would generate revenue off of this if you were to close it, because myself and 5 other homeowners on the opposite side would also gain property. But we currently have a petition. In doing all this work, I learned that nobody wants the road open in our area. I have a petition of over 50 some odd signatures asking that this right of way be closed. Out of talking to the 50 some odd people, I had one opposition. And the man and his wife currently doesn't even live there. He actually lives in Georgia. He just doesn't like change, is what he told me. And he wanted it to stay the same way it was. And I said, sir, the expense I've gone to clean it up, it just makes your property value go up. Well, he didn't like it. But anyway, he's the only one I had opposition, because our community, the Gibson Meadows subdivision especially, has a lot of vehicle break-ins. And this is occurring every 3 to 4 months. And unfortunately, we ourselves, being the last house on Dudley, have experienced that and have it on camera. So if the Mackey Road was ever opened onto Dudley, that's just another egress to get out and get out quick. So all of our community is very concerned with the theft, excessive speeding, unwanted vehicles that's should not be there, solicitation, whatever. Our concern is safety and beautification, because we want to have a nice community.
Councilman Ledford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Van Pelt, I also concur with your conclusion, because and combing the area and talking to several residents, I did not find anybody who wanted to Mackey Avenue open, nor have I ever seen any interest from the city to do that. And I think that your observations are absolutely correct. And with that, I will move to approve.
Second. We have a motion to approve, and it has been properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next case on the agenda is case 2024-0091. And this is located at 6684 East Brainerd Road. And it's an application to lift conditions. Staff has recommended to deny the applicant's request and approve others with conditions. Is there any opposition present? Okay. And is the applicant present? Okay. And Mr. Schultz, we'll let you go first.
Sure.
And we'll hear from the applicant.
This is 2024-91. This is not a rezoning. This is to lift conditions from ordinance number 13132. This is zoned R4. The reason for the request is to allow R4 permitted uses in this property. It's 1.7 acres in size. Looking at the zoning map, to the south is R4, to the east is C2, to the north is R1 and R4, and to the west of this side is R1 and R4 and R3. This property was rezoned from R1 and C2 to R4, had 5 conditions on it. Business hours were limited between 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. No dumpster service between 9 p.m. and 7 a.m. Lighted directed away from all residential areas. Any signage limited monument sign with a maximum height of 4 foot by 48 foot and limited office or single family only. The applicant applied to lift condition number 5 from ordinance number 13132 in 2018 to develop townhomes. Staff recommended to amend the condition instead of lifting the condition and said limit to office use, single family detached and townhouses, and add condition number 6. Limit the number of curb cuts total for this site to 1 curb cut. City Council denied the application. The applicant request, again, it's not a rezoning, it's to lift condition number 5 to allow all permitted uses in the R4 special zone. The current condition states limited to office or single family. They wish to lift that condition and to allow all R4 uses. Here's a view of the site. It's vacant. To the north is single unit, to the west is single unit, to the south is institutional, and to the southeast is single unit residential. Here's a view of the site from East Brainerd. Another view of the site. This is east of the site, west of the site, East Brainerd Road, site's on the left-hand side. This is a view of the site plan that was submitted with the application to lift the conditions. All allowable use in the R4 zone can be compatible with the surrounding uses and appropriate buffer between the intense commercial uses allowed in C2. However, there is single unit residential homes across the street to the north, and some of the restrictions should be maintained to minimize offsite impacts. The applicant also should consider requesting to rezone this property to RTZ to do townhomes if that is intended use on the property. There would be no need for conditions. So staff recommends lifting the original condition, which is a business hour condition that will no longer be needed if the proposed uses are residential uses only. So these are what the conditions would look like. Staff recommends to deny lifting condition number 5. Recommends to lift condition number 1 and amend condition number 5 and add condition number 6. So on this screen, staff's recommending to lift condition number 1, leave condition 2, 3, and 4 as they are. Amend condition number 5 to say limited to residential uses only, and add a new condition number 6, which will be renumbered depending on action today. Limit the number of curb cuts total for this site to 1 curb cut. So this will be 1, 2, 3, 4 revised conditions.
This looks like a Mike Price case. I'm just surprised to see. I'm surprised to see Tiffany up here.
I don't know who did it first. One me.
All right.
Hi, Commissioner. I'm Tiffany Farley with AD Engineering, 537 Market Street. We're looking to do a mixed residential development with townhomes and single family. The condition that was on here originally was that it be a single family. We'd like to do what's allowed in R4 as far as just a residential use. Totally okay with just doing a residential use. Don't have a problem with 1 curb cut. I've talked to Councilwoman Burrs, and I sent her the site plan as well as the renderings. She didn't have an issue with them. I've talked to Mr. Brad Gruner with the Brainerd Hills community group. Their concern was traffic, as it is with every development that's done, as you've heard here today all day. The number of units that we have on this development is 22. We're allowed to have 34 by R4 zone. I don't think a development of this magnitude would constitute improvements to Brainerd Road. If it were a larger development, perhaps there's Brainerd Road is 3 lanes just before us, and then there's a railroad after us, a railroad bridge after us. Those improvements would not be something that this development could take. Working with the railroad is a lengthy process at best. I'm sure the city is in talk with them to improve that, but right now there's nothing on the books.
So just to be clear, the staff recommendation you would be fine with?
The conditions that they change, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. We've got some folks here in opposition. We want to hear from them, and then you'll have a chance to follow up. If you're here in opposition, come on up. And you wish to speak.
I'm Brad Gruner. I live at 272 Bass Road. I am the interim president of the Neighborhood Association for Brainerd Hills. We butt up to the property, basically. There's 200 homes in our neighborhood. It's 4:45. If you were on East Brainerd Road right now, you're going to be standing in non-moving traffic, especially with the interstate the way it is. When the interstate backs up, everybody takes East Brainerd Road. I've waited 25 minutes to get from East Brainerd Road, the interstate, to Brainerd Road. Just on that stretch, it's probably 2.5 miles. Our concern is just traffic. You're adding a development, you're adding one driveway for 20 houses to come out. If you're trying to turn left into a development, either direction that you're coming, you back up the whole street that much longer. We can't seem to get any answers on what's going to happen on East Brainerd Road. We've been told that the railroad is in charge of the railroad bridge. Now I've been told that it's not. It's a state highway. It's in city property. You know, as a neighborhood association, we just can't find out any information. So we don't know what the future holds. There is wide road right there at the BMW dealership. It narrows down right when you get to the veterinary clinic, which is right next door. Opens back up. There's a church across the street. Sunday mornings is the only problem with the church. But, we just have questions about traffic. You're adding a development on the street that is overloaded right now. Somebody said, Carol Burrs, in fact, said, Brainerd Road now, I think, has 47,000 cars a day. East Brainerd Road, that portion has the low 30s. Again, 8 to 9:30, 4 to 6. It's a parking lot. Brainerd Road during those times, from East Brainerd Road up till, I guess, McBrien, is a parking lot because everybody's trying to go around. There are no bridges over the interstate. So if you're trying to get into East Ridge, you've got to take this road and go around. When those bridges are going to be finished, who knows? So it's just the timing of it is our question. And we'd like to find out how we get answers on what is the traffic plan for that section. So as a community, we know what we're looking for. So
Thank you, sir.
How many lots can they do by right now without changing anything?
If the conditions we can do 34.
But
Based on-
you can
based
build
on
single family right now without lifting conditions, correct?
One single family. The
Oh,
last
one.
condition, yeah,
Oh.
that's what I said too. The last condition is for office or one single family home. What?
Somebody told you one single family?
Yes, Ms. Burrs told me that because that was the first call I made to find out how I was interpreting that, if I was interpreting it correctly or not.
I'm reading
It says
single family,
office or single family, and she said that was a single family house. Yes. 1.7?
We have a motion to approve this staff recommendation. It has been properly seconded. The only thing I would add during discussion is that, I do think that we have a gentleman here that has sat here for 3 hours and 46 minutes at least. And we're approving, what's about to happen is we're about to approve something and you don't have any answers. And we don't have those for you. And, I thought that you respectfully shared your concerns that the community has in regards to traffic. And I know they're frustrated with traffic. What I would like to do is I would like to keep a list of all the people who come up here frustrated with traffic. And I would like to get a petition to raise taxes so that the city can actually address these problems. But seeing as to how I'm in no position to actually make that happen, there's no money. And we keep hearing these problems, but they don't go away. And we're not in the position to do anything about it here. So anyways, I want to recognize that you're frustrated. You've asked questions to which there will be no answer made here today. And I think that's a problem. So all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I am happy to meet with the gentleman in the neighborhood and give him as many answers as I can. So I'll give him a card.
I think that would be great. And then maybe something in regards to the plan on the road. Because this is Mr. Reuter. All right, next case on the agenda, item 11, is case 2024-0092. And this is located at 7218 Hickson Pike. And this is an application to rezone from A1 and R2A to C2. And staff is recommended to deny. Is there any opposition present? Is the applicant present? All right, Mr. Schultz.
This is case 2024-92. This request is to rezone R2A, Rural Residential District, and A1 Agriculture District to C2, Local Business Commercial District on Hickson Pike for commercial uses. The area requested to be rezoned is 1.67 acres in size. To the north across Hickson Pike is RTZ and R1. To the south, if you will, is A1. To the northeast is C2. And then to the southeast is R2A and C2. There's been no zoning history on this particular site. You can see it highlighted in red. However, to the north in 2024 to the south of this site, this was rezoned from R3MD to C2 with conditions. And then to the north of this site at Gold Point Circle, that was rezoned in 1988 from C2 to C3. So you can see it's trying to hold. Plan recommends commercial nodes and not stripping out the commercial strip centers, strip road corridors. This is a vacant piece of property. It's 950 feet to the west of Thrasher Pike. It's vacant to the north, townhomes to the north across Hickson Pike, and single unit residential to the south, and vacant land to the south and southeast. Here's a view of the site from Hickson Pike. Another view of the site. This is a view north of the site, which is the townhomes. East of the site, this is Gold Point Circle. West of the site, single unit detached. And this is Hickson Pike. Site's on the right-hand side, and the townhomes are on the left. This property is in the Hickson North River Plan, which is 2005, and the plan recommends high-density residential. It recommends single unit detached and townhomes. It did say that commercial development should be clustered or concentrated rather than strip development. Here's a closer view of that plan recommendation. You see the red circle, that's the site itself. It's recommending high density. And then to the south and north, it's recognizing those existing commercial zones, but it's recommending not to any further strip development. There's a view of the site plan. A portion of the site's already zoned C2. The crosshatch area is where the requested rezoning is occurring. The existing R2A and A1 district meets the Hickson North River Plan, goes for residential. The request is not compatible with adopted land use plan or surrounding land uses. Again, the plan recommends clustering development at nodes or intersections rather than stripped commercial development. And then the zoning pattern along Hickson Pike does have nodes at Doll Springs and Boy Scout and to the north of Gold Point Circle. However, recent rezoning across from Hickson Presbyterian Church was just to the south, which is approved by this body and County Commission this year, introduced commercial development along the corridor outside the nodes and intersections. This request would be an extension of existing zoning. However, staff is recommending to maintain the plan recommendations. So staff recommends to deny this request to rezone C2, this location.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Any questions for staff?
Good afternoon. I'm Cody Etling. I'm with Miller McCoy Consulting Engineers. We're the civil engineer for the project, and our client's here as well, who's the developer. We're not taking a center part of this area that's designated for high density residential. We just want to widen the node by approximately 250 feet to accommodate a slightly wider area for commercial development. The site, in the staff report, the site is exceedingly steep, approximately 25% slopes. The rear portion of that property is going to be a cut slope to provide a flat enough developable area to develop the commercial part of the property, which is part of the reason why we want to widen the commercial area to develop. In addition, you can see that we have the landscape buffer in there. We do have a little bit of fluff. We can reduce that area if staff deems beneficial. And also the remainder of the property, that's approximately 2.5 acres in size, is going to remain residentially a residential use, and we have future plans to put residential development on that and in line with the plan for this area. So I don't think we're asking to change the character. We just want to make it easier for us to put a commercially viable property or development on this property. On the north side of Hickson Pike, adjacent to the townhome development at Manassas, there's an uninterrupted stretch of either commercial or manufacturing zone properties that goes for nearly 3/4 of a mile, about 3,800 feet. And on the same side of Hickson Pike as us, adjacent to our property on the other side of Gold Point Circle, is another uninterrupted run of commercial property that runs approximately 800 feet, including our property. It's about 1,200, 1,300 feet. So we're just taking what's already there. We want to widen it slightly to help us make this commercial part of the property work. And we want to keep in line with what staff recommends on the rest of the property and eventually develop it as high density residential.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
I've got a couple.
Yes.
Would you be open to a certain amount of undisturbed tree buffer on the Hickson Pike side?
I think that would be difficult given the grades on the property. Also, that would be our frontage that we have on a major roadway.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that would, we'd have to comply with landscaping requirements anyways, as far as putting a street yard in.
Yeah, usually those just don't buffer very much. Brian, I guess I'm curious just how uncomfortable you guys are with this, because he makes some good points. And I know, just talking about our new area plan that we're reviewing right now, we do think that area by Chester Frost is a good potential area for some commercial growth. And we've talked about that, as a possibility, as a recommendation.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, we don't have, again, that's just draft plans out there.
Right.
We don't have a copy of that, nor has it been adopted. So
Right.
this area has been very difficult and challenging. But like I said earlier, that R2 or C2 just to the south sort of did change the precedent in this area for allowing that strip to continue. But it was C2 before, then zoned R3MD, then it went back to C2. The plan from 2005 does recommend it commercial nodes, intersections.
Yeah.
This is a difficult, challenging site through here. But since that plan has been created as well, a lot of homes have been developed in this area.
Yeah.
Stonewall Farms right across the street, farmsteads being developed, a lot of homes. And there is a need for commercial in this area.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna make a motion to go ahead and rezone this. And the reasoning is just because I don't think we get enough commercial development in unincorporated and close to unincorporated, and we probably need more of it. And it's a better tax base for us. So, and it's close. I think it's close enough to where we're going to recommend some commercial development in the new plan anyway. So, like I said, I'll make a motion to go ahead and rezone this.
We have a motion, and it has been seconded to approve the applicant's request. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case on the agenda, item 12, is case 2024-0094, and it's located at 5431 Hickson Pike. Staff has recommended to approve with conditions. Is there any opposition present? Is the applicant present? Mr. Price, kick us off.
We actually have the next two cases after this one as well, which we accept staff recommendations on all three cases. Yes.
We have a motion to approve the staff recommendation. It has been properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. In regards to case 2024-0095, is there any opposition present? We have a motion to, oh,
I'll defer to opposition.
thank you.
Hi, I'm Susan Crowell with the North Chickamauga Creek Conservancy, and just have a question. The squirrely at the top is the North Chickamauga Creek. So just want some clarification. The red outline is what you're proposing as the rezoning. Is that correct?
So the request is to rezone all the property, but I can tell you that our intent is to give an easement to the North Chickamauga Creek Conservancy after we develop the property. We simply need that as part of our density. So we have no plans to develop it whatsoever, and we'll give you an easement as it relates to the use of that land once we are finished developing.
You know, obviously our concern is increased density that close to the creek. We also concerned about precedents that's being set along the creek. And we were fortunate that we have a creek up in the pristine areas where we've got 7,000 acres. But as my daughter would call this is a champagne problem. You know, we're fortunate to have the creek through Hickson, but we're still going to try to protect it. I know some of the planning in the past, and hopefully the new plans for Hickson will continue to try to preserve the buffers to this. We do have concerns about the increased density. We also have concerns that a recent MS4 report did indicate that there were some septic overflows in this area. So that concerns us in terms of any kind of increased density in this area. But that being said, we appreciate some of what the developer has put into the design. We did have another question about the landscape variant or the landscape condition and what that meant. So I don't really understand that part of what was requested. Did I miss?
On the previous case with the conditions, I think that's what she's referencing, possibly.
Oh, I missed it then. That's fine.
We moved fast through that.
You did. I missed that.
Sorry
I'm
about
so
that.
sorry. So,
Yes, I think it's pulled up right there.
We're on case 95,
yes.
and that
Yes.
is the condition number one applicant proposed.
Okay.
And so we've made some changes to those conditions.
Okay. Yes. So it is this case. I am on the right case.
You are.
Okay. So just some clarification. What does that mean in terms of that condition and the landscape? I didn't catch that in the design.
Okay.
So staff recommended to approve with no conditions. The applicant did provide, let me go back to these, 4 conditions. Number one, they're saying a type C, which is 10-foot landscape buffer, shall be located around the perimeter of developments, so around the property lines. There should be a landscape buffer except where a water quality buffer exists and right away along Old Hickson Pike and Skillern Drive. Those are like variances that he'd have to go from the Board of Appeals to get. So that's why we're recommending not to have that condition. 2 through 4, those are not needed conditions either. So we just recommended no conditions.
Yeah. Thank you for that clarification, but I appreciate the time and appreciate your continued consideration. So thank you.
And while the applicant's here, can I ask something, Mr. Chairman, just make sure we're on board. Across Hickson Pike, the last time you were rezoning the orange area, that's not to be included, correct?
You'll have to look at what the application that was turned in by staff on that. But my understanding was that was part of the request, but either way, it doesn't really matter from our
But your site plan's not showing any of that. So.
Then again, I don't have any objection to that, but I would point out that a type C buffer is not located or is not required on any road. So I'm not certain where staff is a little bit confused about the type C landscape buffer, or where I might be confused on that.
That was your condition.
Well, I understand, but you said that would require a variance. I'm not certain where a variance would be required. No, we were moving along real fast there. Sorry. So.
I don't know. We'd have to look at it. Anyway, we didn't recommend conditions.
Yeah, so it's fine. So we can work towards that at city council, I guess.
We have a staff recommendation to approve. We have a motion to approve and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case is a mandatory referral. It's item 14 on our agenda, case 2024-0096. And this is located in the 5100 block of Strickland Avenue. And it's for a right-of-way closure and has a staff recommendation to approve. Is there any opposition present? We have a motion to approve and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next case on the agenda, item 15, is case 2024-0097, and it's located at 2602, 2604, 2608, 2682 Dodds Avenue, and it's an application to rezone from R1 to RTZ. It has a staff recommendation to approve. Is there any opposition present? We have a motion to approve, and it has been properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case on the agenda is case 2024-0098, and it's located at 420 East 16th Street, 420 and 422 East 16th Street. And it's an application to rezone from URM3 to UCX4, and staff is recommended to deny. Is there any opposition present? Is the applicant present? Oh.
Hi, Caitlin Sims, Lavella Associates, 800 Market Street. I'm going to keep this short and sweet because I don't want to take 7 minutes. Essentially, we are working on both sides of the street. The north side is already zoned UCX4. And though I appreciate staff's recommendation to go to the Form-Based Code Committee, we have tried something very similar in URM to request a setback reduction, because this all comes down to a very small parcel that's encumbered by the railroad, easements, gas mains, etc. We are trying to put in 21 condo units and just are requesting UCX4 to help us with that.
Thank you. Mr. Schultz.
Go back. This is 2024-98. Again, this is a request to go from URM3 to UCX4 for multi-unit residential with 0-foot front setback. Roughly 30 units. That's a density of 49. You can see on the screen, it's in the form-based code boundary. It's in the urban context area. So there's some zoning history on this site. This site was rezoned to form-based code in 2016, and then 2022, both sites, north and south, requested to rezone from URA3 to URM3 in 2022. The southern site, which is before you today, that was denied at City Council, and it was to remain URM3. It was denied for UCX, but to be rezoned to URM3, and that happened in 2022. Single unit to the north, multi-unit to the multi-unit residential to the north, institutional to the south, and railroad right-of-way to the east, and townhomes to the east. Also townhomes to the west across Washington Street. Here's a view of the site. This is a view of the site. This is a view north of the site that's zoned URM3 or UCX4. West of the site. 16th Street looking south. The site's on the right-hand side. This is in a downtown plan, which there's no land use plan recommendation, but it says the plan goes is to construct a range of new housing around Jefferson Heights Park. And the mix should include single-family housing, duplexes, and apartment units. There's a view of the site plan submitted with this request. I believe I got these this morning. This is the railroad looking into the site, what the development would look like. This is another view of the project. We have another case coming up to abandon a portion of the right-of-way to help construct this portion here. Some other renderings of what this would eventually look like at this location. The proposed zone is not compatible with existing residential use and development form in the area. Again, the downtown plan recommends introducing new and varied housing types, increased residential opportunities. The UCX4 would introduce a variety of potential commercial uses that are not compatible with surrounding residential development form. The current zone allows for varied residential development, which is more appropriate for the existing uses and development reform in the surrounding area. The current property as zoned, URM3, permits multi-units with a maximum building height of 3 stories. The URM3 zone requires a 10-foot minimum setback from the primary street. The UCX4 zone permits a maximum building height of 4 stories and a 0-foot minimum setback from the primary street. The applicant could seek major modifications from the Form-Based Code Committee. So staff recommends to go that route instead of the rezoning and recommends deny this request.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz.
We have had conversations with Councilwoman Dottley on this and walked the project site with her. I personally was not there for those, but I do understand she's in support of this. The intent is to keep this residential on both sides of the street. And we're also happy to cap it at 3 stories if that makes everyone comfortable. The intent is not to seek more height, but just to have the setbacks issued on this street, which also couples with the next case, which is mandatory referral. We're looking to do a pedestrian plaza and have our buildings front that pedestrian plaza. These are similar plazas we've done in other places. And so we're just trying to make the end of that street not be such a dead end, but actually be a desirable area in the south side that provides additional housing units in this part of town.
Mr. Anderson.
Caitlin, I've spoken with the councilwoman and I'm very, very familiar with this area. Also, as you know, are you fine with a condition limiting all of this to residential use only?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to make a condition on the height. We'll let Councilwoman Dottley determine that when she gets to council, because I don't think there's enough of a reason for that, but this area would support more dense residential. So with that, I would move approval with the condition that it is residential use only.
Second. So we have a motion to approve that has been properly seconded. Any discussion on it? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case, item 17, is a mandatory referral 2024-0099. It's located at 420 or 400 block of 16th Street. And it's a mandatory referral for a right-of-way closure and has a staff recommendation to approve. Is there any opposition present? We have a motion to approve and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case on the agenda is case 2024-0100, and it's located at 2700, 2704, 2706 Long Street. And it's an application to rezone from R3 to UGC. And staff is recommending to approve with conditions. Is there any opposition present? And is the applicant present? Yes, Mr. Jones. All right, Mr. Schultz.
This is 2024-100. This is a request to rezone. Let me go back. To rezone from R3 residential zone to UGC with conditions. Proposed use is townhomes. It's roughly 0.84 acres inside. This is in the South Broad community. 18 lots with a density of 21.1. Looking at this zoning map, is R3 to the north, south, and west, and M3 to the east. There is UGC in the area along Williams and 27th Street and along Carr Street to the north. The applicant's condition supplied during the application is residential uses only. Again, there's been zoning history in this area, RTZ and to the north, UGC to the north, and UGC to the northeast. So there has been precedent in zoning history in this area. It's a vacant piece of property. To the north is single unit residential multi-unit. To the south is single unit. And the west is single unit. And you have vacant property and a park to the east. This is in the 100-year flood hazard or floodplain area. And this is the lighter blue is the 100, the darker gray bluish is the 500-year. This is the view of the site. Another view of the site. North of the site. South of the site. This is east of the site. This is in the South Broad District Plan, which was adopted in 2018. It recommends mixed residential. It's a mixture of housing, including 1 or 2 unit with ADUs, small stack flats and townhomes, and attached townhomes. Has shallow setbacks and 3-story building heights are encouraged. Here's a site plan submitted with the application. The request with conditions is compatible with adopted South Broad Plan. It would be compatible with adjacent uses and development reform. So staff recommended conditions limiting building height and massing to ensure compatibility in the South Broad Plan. So staff recommends 3 conditions. One is the applicant supplied residential uses only. Maximum building height of 3 stories or 40 foot, because UGC can go up to 5 stories. And no more than 4 attached units per each mass building along the long street right of way, sort of break up that expansive one continuous long building.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz.
Good afternoon, Alan Jones with Stone Creek Consulting. So as part of this project, it's currently zoned R3, which by right allows 15 units based on the area we have. And so we are looking at proposing UGC for the same style of homes for UGC, but to allow us the flexibility in the setbacks. I have been in touch some with Councilwoman Dotley, but unfortunately until today, I've not been able to meet with the residents. So I would like to continue to meet with the residents to talk about this project and some of the goals moving forward. So whether that would be a 30-day deferral at this stage or communications, just, having those meetings between now and City Council, I'll leave that up to the discretion of the Planning Commission.
Well, you've got some folks here that probably have sat through as much
Yes.
meeting as we have, and so let's give them an
Yes,
opportunity
absolutely.
to speak before we do anything. Ma'am, you want to speak, and does anybody else wish to speak in this case? If you'd like to speak, come on up to the podium.
Hi, my name is Rosalind Days. I reside at 52 West 27th Street. Most of my neighbors couldn't be here because they work. It is a residential neighborhood, and we would like for it to stay a residential neighborhood. We're off of Broad Street. There's a lot going on already. And we just don't want townhouses and condos. We would like to be able to look up on the mountain like we do now. And we would just like, I don't care about houses coming in. We just want to keep it affordable in a residential neighborhood because we have a lot of kids in the neighborhood that goes to school. And we just want to keep it as a residential. We don't want townhouses and condos. We would just like our neighborhood that I've been in 40 years to stay a residential neighborhood.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Ledford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Roz, can you come back? Can I ask you a couple questions?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. One of the conditions that I'm reading here is residential use only. So that's, I think, something you were interested in.
Yes.
A maximum building height of 3 stories,
Well,
which I believe UGC offers 5 stories. So that's 2 levels below. And then no more than 4 attached units per each mass building. But my question to you is, do you feel comfortable with having the conversation with Mr. Jones during the next month, moving to City Council? Or do you want to come back, given that we have been here for 4 hours? Would you feel comfortable knowing that he's standing right there and you can reach out to him to cover that meeting between now and City Council?
I do.
Yeah.
I do because I go to church with Rakita Dotley, which he knows.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
I guess I feel comfortable.
Okay, that's very good. I want to make you already know
Yes, I
Councilwoman
do.
Dotley, so we're
See her 3 or 4 times a week.
well. Then we're covering some good ground. Any other questions that you can think of right now?
Well, it's just that we already have to park on the street.
Yes, ma'am.
There's no street parking. I mean, no, you don't have your own parking space. And townhouses coming, it's gonna be worse than what it already is. And that corner of Long Street, there's a stop sign on the corner of Long and 27. And we have more wrecks there than a little bit because nobody ever stops at that stop sign. And like I said, I've been there almost 40 years, and I bet you in the last 5 years, I've seen 10 or 12 people get hit.
Yeah.
and cars tore up because nobody stops, and that's right on the corner where they want the townhouse.
Yes, ma'am. Well, if you don't mind, I think I feel like you're in really good hands with Alan standing here and obviously access to the councilwoman. So I'm going to move for approval with the staff conditions, and then we'll continue this conversation.
Second. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a motion to approve and it has been seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. No.
Let's do it. No.
Okay. Well, you can bring it back up. Okay. We were just debating whether or not to hear item 19 a second time.
Please no.
Okay. I got to miss it the first time. Case 24-0102 is located at 5848 Highway 153 and 6109 Wilder Road. It's an application to rezone from R2 to C2, and staff has recommended to deny the applicant's request and approve others with conditions. Is there any opposition present? Is the applicant present? That would make it go quicker.
That's interesting.
So on case 2024-0102, is the applicant present?
Chairman, I move to defer to the next month.
All right, we're deferring 30 days. I've heard July's agenda is really busy. Is that actually the case?
It's about like this month's.
Because I was going to say maybe we just punt it 60 days, but it sounds like.
Actually, you know what? I'll withdraw my motion. I know we're going to have a lighter agenda in August, Chairman. I'd like to defer this 60 days.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion to defer for 60 days. It has been properly seconded.
Mr. Chairman, Chris, if we defer this 60 days, it'll be at August PC. We're trying to take city cases. And then this will be.
That's the most we can defer though, right? We can't do 90.
No, you can do longer really if you wanted to.
Chairman, I would withdraw my motion and make a motion to
Well,
defer for 90 days since it was our discussion earlier that we wouldn't take city rezoning cases.
Who seconded that?
I did.
Okay, so yes, 90 days. Everybody good? What? You just would rather us deny it and be done with it?
Or you can move it on. I mean,
No, we need to hear it. Let's find out what's going on. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case on the agenda is case 2024-0103, and it's located at 905 Glenwood Drive. And it's an application to rezone from R1 to UGC, and staff is recommended to approve with conditions. Is there any opposition present? Is the applicant present? All right.
Mr. Chairman, we didn't really receive opposition. We received emails from the neighborhood association. I guess there's a meeting coming up in a couple of weeks. They would like for us to defer it until that meeting takes place, but.
That's not the conversation I had, but maybe there's a miscommunication there.
Thomas.
Tommy
Dillard.
Dillard. I talked to Tommy Dillard last week. Sorry. Kaylin Sims, LaBelle Associates, engineer for this project. We have made contact with the neighborhood association. Unfortunately, I was at a TDEC training for their last one and was not able to attend that meeting. So I will be going to the June meeting. They, at the time, seemed comfortable moving ahead to city council, understanding that meeting would take place before city council.
So the staff is recommended to approve with conditions.
Correct.
You're familiar with those conditions?
I am.
And as an applicant, do you take issue with any of them?
I do.
Okay. So you want to
I
tell
can
us?
make it real soft and sweet.
Sure. Tell us what those are.
Number 4 on my list. I don't think you. I don't know if you're looking at the same.
Robin Street.
But number 4 on my list asks for a 30-foot type A landscape buffer. This is a half-acre lot for a medical office. Having a type A landscape buffer takes over 20% of the buildable area of this lot. It is just not an area that we can lose. So therefore, we are requesting that stay a type C, which is standard in code and required by code between the two uses. This follows the area plan, which is recommended for medical campus use or medical office. The adjacent lot is also in that same place type. So we are thinking that this large 30-foot buffer is not necessary, but a 10-foot buffer is very reasonable and already required by code. So we're asking 4 to be stricken. And then I have a number 5 on my list, which I do not.
Yeah, we do have a different list than you. What's in our packet has 5, and 5 is primary street. Facade shall be Robin Street.
So it's showing us 4. So this is 3 and 4 on the screen. 4 and 5 on my list.
Yeah, I see it now. Number 1, it's combined. Number 2 should be vehicular access off Robin Street should be number 2. And 3 is the maximum building height of 4 stories. Yeah, same list. Just number 2 didn't get picked up.
All right.
Okay, so the primary facade we were also asking to be stricken as this is UGC. Typically facades we're only dealing with in form-based code. Not really sure even what that condition would dictate. So we're asking it to be stricken.
Mr. Lyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. UGC does define primary street for the purposes of pedestrian entry access.
Then we will still probably request it be stricken because our pedestrian access may come off of Glenwood. But our vehicular access, we are fine with coming off of Robin Street.
I agree with that.
Okay.
Determined by CDOT is the way that it works with UGC. They determine what's the primary street and what is not when you go through the review. And I would just guess that they're probably going to agree that Glenwood is the primary.
I was about to say, typically this seems like Glenwood be the primary since you have the rear of this off of
And
Robin.
she's not going to be off the parking lot.
Well, you would have access from the parking
There
lot,
will
but
be
I also
access,
think
but there's going to be access off of Robbins or Glenwood.
yes.
Okay.
Yes. We're just asking for that to be stricken so that it can be the condition would still be met. Just not
Mr. Law.
I would make a motion to approve with the following conditions. From our list or from the list seen, condition 1, 2, and that's it.
So we have a motion to approve with conditions that have been stated by Mr. Lyle and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Could staff clarify that is including the maximum building height of 4 stories?
Yes.
Okay, so it's three, should be 3 conditions.
Well,
you combined.
Yeah, I didn't mean to go with the staff report. The staff report's 1, 2, and 3.
Yes.
Okay.
Next item on the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I
Yes.
just looked back, the applicant we just deferred, 102 is here. He may have stepped out, but he is here.
Were you here when we were trying to figure out what was going on with your case? Okay.
Well, it's 90 days.
Did you say bad timing? Gotcha.
Mr. Chairman, I move we reconsider that case.
Second.
Yeah, it'll be on the tail end of the agenda, so we'll pick it up. Yeah.
Don't leave again.
Stay in.
Stay, please.
Case 2024-0104 is located at 1277, 1283, and 1291 North Moore Road. And it's an application for a special permit for residential plan unit development. Staff is recommended to approve with conditions. Is there any opposition present? You're here in opposition? Okay. So you've watched the order of this. You know that we'll hear first from staff and then Mr. Schultz.
This is 2024-104. This is not a rezoning request. This is a special permit for planned unit development. Proposed uses are townhomes. It's roughly 18.4 acres in size. Number of units proposed is 63. That's a density of 3.4 dwellings per acre. There has been some zoning history on this site. In 2022, there was a request to rezone from R1 to RT1. Staff recommended to deny that request. The application was ultimately withdrawn at City Council. Then across the street, across North Moore Road, that was rezoned from RT1 to RTZ with conditions in 2006. It's a vacant piece of property. To the north, across North Moore Road, a single unit and townhomes. To the east of this site, single unit, and to the south along Bella Vista is single unit vacant land. Southwest is the school, and to the east of this site, or west of this site, is single unit residential. Here's a view of the site. Another view of the site. This is north of the site. Northeast of the site on North Moore Road. West of the site. This property is located in North Brainerd Area Plan, which was adopted in 2004. And that plan recommendation is low density residential with single unit detached residential being the predominant use. Here's a closer view of that recommendation from 2004. Here's the PUD plan submitted with this request. It has 2 access points, one off Drummond and one off Bella Vista. And you see a lot of open space being provided on this PUD plan. The request with conditions is compatible with the North Brainerd Area Plan and adjacent land uses, and it does provide on-site usable open space. So staff recommends 3 conditions with this application. Maintain a 25-foot landscape buffer consisting of existing vegetation along the entire PUD perimeter, with the exception of ingress and egress, and no grading shall occur in this buffer except for the removal of dead or diseased trees. No more than 5 attached units per each mass building, and provide a street connection to Bella Vista Drive and Drummond Drive. This street connection will be required to be built to city standards as a public street. So it recommends to approve with 3 conditions.
All right, thank you, Brian. Did we have an applicant present? Okay, you want to go ahead and come to the microphone, please? And you will have 7 minutes. If you would state your name.
Hey there, I'm Patrizio Murdoka. I'm with Legacy South, the developer. Thank you so much for your time. We've been really enjoying working on this project. High level, 18 acres. However, the need for the PUD comes from the creativity that's demanded by the fact that there's a large wetland space on the site. So we're looking to be able to consolidate our homes in the buildable portion of the site and totally preserve and leave undisturbed well over 10 acres of the site that accounts for the wetland area. And on a per acre basis, the density that we're seeking now with the 63 units is less than the site would have hypothetically supported had it been all just a normal site that you could have come in and cut into lots with the way the base zoning would have implied. So we're seeking as we feel, as unintrusive of a development as possible, given needing to make the performer work and be able to offer the housing to the area. We are also, I noticed on the planning comments that it would have said 2.5 stories. We're trying to propose a unit type here that would largely be a 1-story product, maybe up to 1.5 stories if the home buyer wanted to add a bonus room or another bedroom or something like that. But our product that we're seeking to put here really exists on a single level, 2-car garage, primary bedroom on main as well. So we feel like this is a product type that would lend itself well both to empty nesters and retirees and an age in place context, as well as to a young family that didn't want to have to go upstairs to tend to a baby or something like that. So we feel like it's a very universally applicable and helpful plan, and it would be at a very attainable price point as well for the larger community. As far as the planning conditions go, we're totally on board. The 25-foot buffer is phenomenal. I don't know if I think our plan might have a couple of 6-unit buildings, but in time to go to council, we're completely okay with adhering to the 5-mast building, 5-unit concept. And then as far as the road connections for Drummond and Bella Vista, totally good with that. We thought it was a good thing as well to have those 2 entries and exits. And we're developing the Bella Vista. There's a portion of that that'll need to be developed in our dollar as well. We're happy to do that. Just to share with you as well the process of what has gone on so far, we sent out our own postcards to the starting area. I think it was around 750 or 800 homes that we ended up contacting through that and invited them to a community meeting that we hosted at the community center across the street from the property. It was fairly well attended. We had maybe 20, 25 people who were kind enough to share their evening with us, including Councilor Isaiah Hester. And it was a great conversation. People had questions about us and our experience as builders, and we were able to share that story and able to depict our intentions for the property. And since then, we've also attended 2 additional community meetings that were hosted in conjunction with the community, these folks here, and they've been really kind to open us up into those conversations and be collaborative. So I don't know anyone want to take away from their voice and the things they might have to say or the concern they might have to say, but saying that, we started with maybe 25 folks who were, rather concerned. And then I feel like through the process, we've been able to get to a point of really addressing those concerns. And I hope garnering support around the project and around the product type that we're proposing here. Lastly, I think the biggest open tab now too, which I'm excited about, I've already offered to the community as well, that we're open to offsite improvements. They've mentioned that there's a curve along Northmore here, which is a little bit treacherous from a pulling out onto the road standpoint. And we mentioned to them that we could install, to the extent that it's collaborative with the Department of Transportation, we could install those mirrors, that allows people to kind of see where people are coming from, or a pedestrian crossing or things like that as well. So from what I understand from them, again, not wanting to speak for them, they're still in the process of developing that list for us, and perhaps that's something we could go over with them and have in place by the time we go to council. But it's something that we've expressed that we're open to doing and wanting to be collaborative and wanting to be good neighbors. And finally, I know another concern from the community has been traffic on the road, but I was encouraged to see planning zone commentary that road Northmore being several lanes is capable of supporting the additional traffic. So I won't beat a dead horse there, but we're excited with the project. We're excited to bring attainable housing to the area. This isn't going to be the cheapest vinyl box that you've seen, but it's also not going to be as crazy. It's going to be under $500,000, and we'll have a 2-car garage and a primary living on Main. So I'm really excited about that, and we're excited to bring the housing to the area. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from opposition.
Good afternoon. My name is Keisha Sales, and I live at 12 St. Collins Circle. I actually live directly behind this, behind the PUD, and Patricio has hit everything that we liked. Everything sounded great, but my biggest concern, and I've expressed this to him over and over again, there is a large area that he is going to leave undeveloped, which is that wetland. That wetland and that entire area floods constantly. It continuously floods. It has always been an issue. It was an issue when I first moved over there. It's been an issue for the last 15 years. It was an issue when Alton Park Church of God in Christ purchased the property, and they weren't responsible for doing anything to the property because it was uninhabitable. Now they're actually going to put something on that property, and we got trees that can suck up that water now. That's not doing a good job, but you're going to replace that with concrete. And I actually spoken to someone about the stormwater drainage, and I've spoken to them, and they've told me that they have seen the plans, they understand what they are trying to do, but to me, I don't think that's sustainable what they're thinking to do, because they're going to reroute all the stormwater directly to that 10.5 acres that they're not going to develop. Well, now I'm not exactly sure how many acres it is right now, but that entire acreage is now sucking up that water. But you're just going to divert it to one location and you're going to put 63 homes. That's a concern for me. Like I said, it can rain today and we'll see water for 5 or 6 days. The wildlife that comes out, the environmental impact that actually happens after the rain, that's a concern for me. It's mosquitoes, it's everything back there. And then once they start to develop, again, I've said this to him many times. He's hit everything on the list that we've asked about every development. He's my 3rd developer that I've come to, and he actually is the best of them. But these are still concerns that we have about that. My other concern is once he starts to break ground, what happens and what is stopping him from abandoning his project once it doesn't meet his performance anymore? What happens to those guaranteed drainages that he was going to put in and things to stop that stormwater from coming onto our property? What's to happen then? Like the longevity of the property. I'm very concerned about that, because now, like I said, the water runs onto our property. It backs up onto Moore Road. It sits for several days. The city comes out there, they clean the ditches out, but it doesn't mean anything because they're only cleaning out what they see on the surface. It's a bigger issue. It's a bigger issue. And now you're going to divert all this stormwater runoff to this one piece of acreage, and there's nowhere else for it to go. I mean, he explained to us that basically if what he comes in and doesn't make the situation worse, then it's okay. But that's really not okay because this talking about the longevity of the project. I don't think he's going to pick the project up in 2 years and move it somewhere else. So that's my biggest concern. Again, the longevity and the rainwater, the stormwater that the city has not taken care of. We're 2 years on the project of trying to get curbs. We're begging for curbs because the water backs up on our streets and we can't even get the curbs. So, I mean, I'm on board with him. If we can get a better plan or a concrete plan for that stormwater runoff, I have no problem.
Evening, gentlemen. My name is Ezra Harris at 4811 Midland Pike. I am the president of the Woodmore Neighborhood Association. And of course, and we are concerned with the stormwater runoff. One of the main items we are concerned with is the fact that affordability. And we want this project to fit our neighborhood. Let it fit. We're not against it or anything of that nature for it, but just let it fit for us and let our people, because see, our grandkids and kids after that will be the ones that will have to endure these problems, okay? And we appreciate you so much.
Thank you. Councilman Ledford.
Thank you. Hey, Keisha, can you come back up? I know that it was mentioned that Councilman Hester has been involved in the conversation, so really glad to hear that. When it comes to stormwater, I'm assuming, and I can get a nod from the applicant, that you're building some sort of mechanical or green infrastructure to capture the water. Yeah, that's where I was going to. And of course, TDEC has strict regulations on the amount of water. So right now the land is vacant, and I am no way an engineer, but I can tell you now that what probably will happen is that the water will actually be now managed versus flowing freely. And that is a really essential. And we do have TDEC and of course, City of Chattanooga stormwater. So my question to you though is, and you've been here all day. God bless you. God bless you. Seriously. Are you okay with continuing this conversation? Because I'm seeing he's willing to work with you.
Yes, I am.
Because I don't want you to have to come back here and sit for another 5 hours.
Oh, no. I am totally, like I said, this is, they are my third developer.
Yes.
And like I said, he has hit just about every one of the price points. And he's the price point, but the height and what he's deciding to do with the land and with the property, I'm on board with that. That, like I said, my biggest concern has been that stormwater. And once he gets to digging and it figures that this, whatever he has in plan and his engineers looking and it becomes a bigger issue, that's where I'm concerned is that, that may affect the way that he desires to build this project.
Well,
so that's where I'm concerned.
In a PUD, this might help you. In a PUD, they are tied to a site plan.
Yes, he did. Okay,
good.
He told me that.
Then I feel like you've had some really good interactions. I think.
Yes, if I could, been here before, and I've had several developers and people said everybody want to come with a pitchfork. Today, I'm not coming with a pitchfork. I'm coming with an olive branch.
Well, you've been awesome to work with. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to approve with conditions.
Second. We have a motion to approve with conditions, and it has been properly seconded. Any discussion?
I've just got one question.
Yes.
So you can
Two questions.
I just want to make sure I know where this is. Where New Monumental and Tucker Baptist.
Yes, New Monumental is on the Monumental is at the top of the street.
Right.
And Tucker Baptist is down.
Gotcha. I know. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I got a question for the applicant. We're talking about a 25-foot undisturbed buffer as one of the conditions. If you can go back to the site plan, whoever's running the slideshow, up on the top left corner, those lots are getting into that 25-foot buffer. Do you have a plan to work around that?
Yeah, fair question. There's going to have to be a lot of reworking of where the units are because, like I say, with that 5-unit building massing requirement, we've got a couple of buildings that, at least one that I can see that have more than that. So absolutely, before we go to council, we'll have this reworked in order to respect the 5-unit piece and in order to clearly show the 25 buffer.
Great.
Thanks.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Schultz, what was the case that we had missed earlier? What case number was that? Case number 2024-0102. We didn't have any opposition present. We had a staff recommendation to deny and approve other.
Yeah, we basically recommend deny C2 and approve R3 with 2 conditions. A type C landscape buffer that's required along Wilder Road right away, except for ingress and egress. And then the same thing we've heard today, no more than 5 attached units per each massed building.
Okay, yeah, I'm Campbell Lewis with Scenic City Development. We have no issue with the R3 zoning. The conditions, I would like to eliminate the second condition of no more than 5 attached units per each mass building, if that's feasible. I just don't know. That kind of could put us in a weird spot, I guess you could say. But
What's driving that condition that we've seen a couple times?
It's the control the massing a little bit. And some of our plans recommend control massing. And that's one of the things we try to do. So if not, you have just one long continuous row of townhome units with parking in the front. That's what's driving that condition. We have several times. We've always recommended that condition. It's fairly consistent. And just because we haven't done it doesn't mean we still. You probably will sit now on. Good question.
It's a little hard to read the site plan that's on the screen. How many units do we have in each of these banks? Six.
Yeah.
16? Am I reading that right?
I think the
10?
total on there is like 22.
So if you didn't have some kind of mechanism to control it, you could have one long continuous block. But I think townhome definition does have a limit.
Well,
I think it's 17.
the IRC says there can't be more than
The 12?
It's nothing in excess of 12.
Yeah, I think it's 12.
So you can have 12 and you can't have 13.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 10 would be great. That's kind of what our target was. So.
And I think the other thing to think about this Wilder Street, because just across the street from Wilder, yes, it's a weird triangle piece of lot. It does front to the rear. We basically butting Highway 153, but the front of these units, I guess, will be facing a residential single unit detached subdivision across Wilder. That was another reason to put in, trying to control the massing of the buildings to protect that neighborhood.
And I'd also like to note there is a pretty serious topo difference from the bottom to the top here. So we'll have to install a retaining wall along the portion of Wilder Road. It's going to end up being about 12 or as high as 10 feet tall, I believe.
So these units are going to be sitting low?
They'll be sitting
to
high.
Wilder?
So we'll be
Sitting
holding up.
high above
Right.
Wilder?
Yes, sir. That's right. And, I'd just like y'all to consider that.
Not really sure how to handle that because it doesn't matter what we do with the building massing. We're going to be looking at a retaining wall across the street. Doesn't matter how you break up the massing of the building.
Have you spoken with Councilman Henderson?
No, sir, I have not talked to him about this
You
one.
recommend that?
Yes, sir. I will.
Well, that type C landscape buffer would be on top of a wall. That's entirely possible, right, in this situation, where you'd have a 10-foot wall along Wilder Road and then a type C landscape buffer on top of it.
Would it be possible to write the conditions so that the landscape buffer has to be in front of the wall?
It would be. And then at that point, I could see your point, Mr. Schultz, in regards to it being in a neighborhood across from single family detached and without some sort of required break, it could be literally it could feel like one really big building.
It could.
My point being that if you're on Wilder and you're looking up at a wall and the building's up on top of the wall, it doesn't matter if it's 5 units or 10 units or 20 units. You're going to look at a wall.
Yeah.
He said up to 10 feet.
right now, as this is shown, basically, not, that's not set in stone per se,
But that's going to be an issue no matter what goes on this site, would be my guess.
Questions for staff?
How tall is a type C buffer?
How tall or wide?
How tall?
It's 10 feet in width. I don't know how tall. It's not. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I was just
Go
thinking
measure.
about it. I was just thinking about it being in front of a wall. If it's 2 feet tall, it doesn't do much good.
Yeah, it is. It is probably planted at 2 feet tall. In year 3, it's probably 3.5 feet tall. I mean, a type
take a
C
while.
landscape buffer is not. It's not a screening for a 10-foot something. It's more often to screen like parking or something like that, right?
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
not going to hide that retaining wall. It's going to be so tall.
It's typically like evergreen shrubs.
it'd be a very long time before the wall wasn't prominent. All right, what's the will of the commission?
I mean, would it be more appropriate to find a landscape buffer that had like Class A trees or some sort of tree that would mature with more height to sort of soften the edge of said wall?
Yes. Please.
Which buffer would that be? Class A?
Yeah, if you do type A, be 30 foot in terms of width. I think you're talking about Class A in terms of height, right?
How about we just say appropriately scaled buffer?
LDO could never interpret that.
But city council might be.
We have a couple weeks before council or commission. We have time.
We've already deferred it 90 days. We've got time on this. Anything's better than a 90-day deferral.
So the buffer classes are inherently tied to the width. It's not a mix and match kind of deal where it's.
The new zoning code will do allow this, but this right now, the way it's written now, the current code, it's just going to specify within that your planes are certain width apart, how wide. I mean, if you want,
Can we condition it to a buffer that will mature to a height of at least 30 feet?
The buffers do have suggested planting groupings that you can choose from. So I would recommend whichever one has, trident maples and, good taller trees. Yeah, I can't remember which buffer off the top of my head it is, but one of them gives you the choice of like type A trees. I can't remember that chapter, the landscape whole ordinance off,
yeah.
I dumped some of that stuff out of my head.
As it's shown, we have a 25-foot buffer, just for y'all's reference.
So will the commission.
Move to approve with conditions that I'm stalling while Brian's looking for a landscape buffer that will work.
well, if type A is a 30 foot, just says evergreen trees space maximum 10 feet on center, 8 foot on center. I'm not seeing one that specifies off the top of my head. I can
Well,
tell you.
evergreen tree is not going to be short for very long. So a type A buffer sounds reasonable.
I'm not seeing anything. that says-
What's a type B?
Call it a 25 type A.
That would be acceptable.
With a 25-foot type A landscape buffer.
We have a motion
I'm lost.
Except for where the ingress.
with conditions. And go back to the conditions. So we have a motion with no more than 5 attached units per each massed building, and a type A landscape buffer that's
And-
25 feet wide.
Condition 2, I would say no more than 8 per mass building.
And that's been seconded.
And that would be along Wilder Road only. Is that right?
Yes. Is staff clear with the conditions that are in the motion?
Yes, if not, we'll go back and watch the minutes.
Oh,
Do
that'll
the
help
best we can.
clarify. All in favor, say aye.
YouTube, I mean, it's live streamed.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have a mandatory referral here for case 2024-0080, located at 4327 and 4333 Oakland Avenue and 511 West 45th Street. Is there any opposition? Okay. Mr. Schultz.
We're on the MR 80.
I did skip a case. We'll come back to.
We're on 80, right? The MR?
Yes.
Okay. This is a mandatory referral of surplus or declare surplus publicly owned property. This site's zoned R4 and R3. It's located at 4327 and 4333 Oakland Avenue and 511 West 45th Street. See on the zoning map here the zones. It's currently vacant parking lot, single unit to the north and south, and vacant to the north, and warehousing to the east. Here's a view of the site's parking lot, another view of the site. Staff finds the surplus of property does not negatively impact the health, safety, and well-being of the public, so staff recommends to approve the surplus of this property.
Sir, come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Terry McCullough. I am the president of the South of, because we had a new name change on it. It's Oak Hills League Neighborhood Association. We met at our last meeting and we approved of this surplus property. But the question that we have, and we'd like to have some conditions added on to it as well. The question we have, who is Ruth House? The name of the church is St. John's. So we are willing to move with St. John, but who is Ruth House? What is that?
We have a representative from the city here. They can probably answer that. I think this property is being donated to the House of Ruth.
House of Ruth, right? Who's that?
Are you there?
We object.
So, Terry, the neighborhood was under the impression, or the neighborhood has known that this property was going to be donated.
Donated to St. John's Church, that's located on Olds Avenue.
And
But we did not know anything
there was
about it.
neighborhood support for the city
Yes, right.
donating that surplus property to St. John's.
That is
Church.
correct, yes, with the name St. John, but not Ruth House or whatever.
Right.
Yes. So we was under, we had a unanimous vote on it on our last meeting, which was last month.
And
But
who
we was
from
giving
the,
it to
who from
St.
the
John.
city presented?
Huh?
Who presented it from the city?
I
Do you
don't know.
remember? But somebody from the city came to the neighborhood association. and
No,
told you.
no, I just noticed the sign and fed it from the sign. No one approached me. I am the president and also the board chairman.
Gotcha.
Sign was up.
I think House of Ruth is like a nonprofit that helps women and children homelessness that have been that have had problems in the past.
Mr. Anderson.
To answer to Barry's question, I think it is, but we'll find out between now and the next city council meeting and make sure that it's correct between them, that it's going to the right entity. But typically there's a discrepancy between the agency that might be using a piece of property and the owner name or the entity name. But we'll find out, Terry, before it gets to city council and make sure that it's right.
Okay. And another thing we want to bring to attention, they always have had a parking problem there at St. John's. And we would like it to maintain a parking lot. Also, the neighborhood would like use of this property. Sometimes we have a little events down there and whatnot, got parking off the street. So we want to like to have it as a condition that the neighborhood have similar use to the property as well. And it always remain as a parking lot. And it sounds like to me, it could be drifted off into something else that we don't really want happen to our community. We are in a 2-year planning right now, and we don't want that to happen.
Well, Councilwoman Dotley's done a good job of representing your community, and I think definitely make sure to communicate with her between now and City Council.
But I'm very concerned about that name, though, House of Ruth. It draws a lot of attention to me because I'm trying to figure out who is that.
Sure.
Yes.
Mr. Anderson.
Terry, it's my understanding that Councilwoman Dotley has agreed to be at your next neighborhood meeting. I was with her a few days ago and she confirmed that with me. I will make sure that she's aware of these questions before that meeting, and I'll get them worked out with her before she comes to talk to you and before City Council next month.
Okay. Also, what about the conditions as well? That the neighborhood would have use of the property?
Yeah, we don't do
conditions
conditions on a surplus property.
You can't make that?
We're not making those conditions. Talk to Councilwoman Dotley about that. Yes, sir.
My name is William Cotton. I own adjacent property at 4323 Oakland Avenue, adjacent to the parking lot. As past president of the Oak Hills Neighborhood Association, that church has been using that lot for over 30 years. But because I'm here, because it affects my property, I have allowed St. John and other people to use that property for any event when they have that wall up there. Mr. Anderson is very familiar with the wall. That church used to be a school that goes way back to 1891, when it was all white and very diverse. Now the area is now changed to a very diverse neighborhood where we have serious problems in parking. St. John does not have a parking area for funerals. Therefore, when they do have funerals, it blocks the whole street from Alden Park, from Olds Avenue to Grand Avenue, which then cause an emergency condition for fire and police to get down Oakland and Olds Avenue. Those are the issues, some of them. The other issue is that the Oak Hills Neighborhood Association is one of the oldest neighborhoods that still exists in Alden Park. We have met with the community, we have met with the churches, we have met with everyone that has an effect on that particular piece of property. At this point in time, we are being invaded very aggressively with apartments that's having an effect on our R1 and R2 living conditions. We are very serious about controlling what's happening in our neighborhoods. We've already got housing projects or housing apartments built on Central Avenue, am I right? Which is going to create even a bigger problem. If y'all does not, we are answering that property be surplus back to St. John, where they can use it, and the community can use it, and slow down the traffic flow. That's very important to me because Oak Hill is a very elderly neighborhood. We depend on the fire department getting up there very quickly. If they cannot get up there because of conditions of cars, which we are now seeing now from the development down the street, we are bomb blasted by cars coming through our neighborhood from Georgia, trying to get away from Alden Park Boulevard. These are serious problems. We live at the foot of Lookout Mountain. I've heard a lot of people talk about that. Well, Alden Park was a town, and so was St. Elmo. St. Elmo is a historical neighborhood, and so are we. We have one of the oldest graveyard in Chattanooga that goes all the way back to 1722. It happened to be in my yard. And we maintain that graveyard because they have Confederate soldiers and Union soldiers buried there. That's how we are about protecting this area. It's historical. We like to keep it historical. We like to see development, but we like to see development bridging with our community as well. Again, St. Elmo Baptist Church is the oldest church out there. I think it was built about 1832, something like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. What's the will of the commission? We have a motion to approve and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. I'm going to turn the meeting over to Councilman Ledford.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our next and final case this afternoon, case number 2024-00900, Collier Construction, 8812 East Brainerd Road, Hamilton County, rezoned from RTZ Townhomes 0 lot line district to C2 local business commercial district. Is the applicant present? I see an applicant raising his hand. Is there any opposition present? I see opposition in the back there. So Mr. Schultz, why don't you go ahead and run down the case for us? And if the applicant will start making his way to the podium, please.
This is 2024-90. This is a request to rezone a portion of this property back to C2. It was C2 prior to, I think, this year, and got rezoned to RTZ as part of a larger development. And the applicant is now desiring to rezone this back to C2. It's 5 acres in size. Oops. Again, a portion of the site was rezoned from A1 and R2A to C2 in 2002. Then in 2023, a portion of the site was rezoned from A1, R2A, and C2 to RTZ. Again, this is a request. It's put the area highlighted in red back to C2 as it was prior to 2023. The RTZ has 5 conditions on it. I won't run through all those, save time. It's currently single-family homes on these 2 properties. It's at the intersection of East Brainerd Road and Fuller Road. The vacant land to be developed as townhomes, single unit to the east of this site along East Brainerd Road. Across East Brainerd Road, single unit. Then you also have commercial at the intersection of Fuller Road and East Brainerd. It's a view of the site. Another view of the site. North of the site. This is west of the site. East Brainerd Road, east of the site. The site's just on the right-hand side where those trash cans are. It's east of the site. This is in the White Oak Mountain Area 12 plan, which was adopted in 2019. It recommends suburban residential. Primary uses include single unit detached residential. Secondary uses are 2-unit detached, patio homes, and ADUs. Here's a closer view of that place type recommendation. You can see it's suburban residential. Here's a site plan that was submitted with a rezoning request back in 2023 to rezone this site to RTZ. The area in question is in the front along East Brainerd Road. This is the section to be rezoned to C2. Not really sure what's going to be put in there. So they're showing a clubhouse and potentially something else, commercial uses there. The proposed use of residential amenities for residential development is consistent with the Area 12 plan, adjacent land use and development form. Again, the site was previously zoned C2, so reverting the commercial zoning would not set a precedent. It is an extension of existing commercial zones in the area. The remaining RTZ zone portion of the site has a condition limiting the density, so the conditions will still apply to that remaining portion. Staff recommends to approve this request.
All right, sir, you have, if you would state your name, you have 7 minutes.
Okay, my name is Ernie Freestedt. I'm a representative of Collier Construction. I'll keep it quick. Thank you for your time. I know it's late, so I'll be brief. The landowner had it under construction to sell it. In order for the previous buyer to purchase the land, they requested the zoning to go from C2 to RTZ. The landowner was reluctant to do so, but the buyer pressed on it, so he did change it from C2 to RTZ zoning. The original buyer backed out of the deal, and then Collier Construction is the new buyer, and we are requesting the zoning to go back to the original C2 zoning from the RTZ that's in place now. The C2 zoning was changed only a short time ago. We're asking the Planning Commission to switch from the RTZ zoning back to the original C2 zoning.
Okay. That's all you have for now?
That's all I have for now.
All right. All right. We'll have opposition come up. You'll have 9 minutes.
Hi. Janet Bennett, 416 Sandica Drive, just behind this new townhouse home. Our issue is the construction is going to, the building of the townhomes in general. is going to increase traffic tremendously right there on East Brainerd Road. We already have an issue getting in and out, actually getting out of our subdivision. Sometimes getting out, traffic is horrible through there. We have accidents there all the time. And when you zone that commercial and start putting in whatever you're going to put there, that's going to increase the traffic. It's going to increase the car accidents. It's a horrible intersection anyways. Sometimes it takes 10 minutes just to get out of the subdivision because you're sitting there waiting on a break in traffic just to get to the turn lane to make your way over. So our concern is the increased traffic, not only from the townhomes, but now from the commercial rezoning.
Okay. Commission, are you going to speak, sir? Oh, please come. Yeah, we have 8 minutes and 20 seconds. So
My name is Kevin Wilkie. I live at 9203 Berkshire Circle. It's in London Forest, which is off of Fuller Drive. The getting out of Fuller Drive right now is pretty bad. Cars rip around there at about 60 miles an hour. I mean, you could set an officer down there and he could throw radar and he'd be pulling people over right and left. It's literally right down the road from her neighborhood. I'm just concerned with if you build something more there, there's going to be increased traffic in that area. It's already around a curve where people, they don't care if the light's red. They'll block you from getting out. It's hard getting in and out of the gas station that's right there at the corner. I mean, they built up that area. I grew up in Chattanooga. I've been here since 88. I moved away to go to school. I moved back to work for Volkswagen in 2010. And this whole area has grown up so much toward Appleton. I do carpentry for a living, so I understand the need for development. But in areas like this where the road cannot support it and you don't have the infrastructure, I just don't see any need in building anything right there in that area currently.
Okay. Thank you. Commission, do you have any questions for opposition? Do you have any questions for staff?
Can I clarify something real quick?
Yes, please, Mr. Janeway.
So it's already zoned RTZ. So just so you're aware, right now they have a right to build the townhomes. Okay. All right. Okay.
Mr. Schultz, will you give me that time frame again once more on, we're talking about a 5-lane highway that people have been wanting for decades and decades. When I first started visiting that area, East Brainerd Road was two lanes, and now it's 5 lanes, and there is a lot of traffic. And for the record, I live just down the street as well. So I understand that, and I also understand when you build a 5-lane highway, people will come, and that's part of it as well. Because folks tell us all the time, if you'll build the infrastructure first and then build the density or put the commercial in later, well, that's exactly what East Brainerd is a state route now that's a 5-lane highway, and that's what's attracting that. So I just wanted to, it kind of actually does fit the model that people are asking for. But Mr. Schultz, when it comes to the C2 timeframe that it was C2 recently, when you say recent, give me that timeframe again, please.
It was in 2023 when we county commission rezoned.
Okay, so this was
C2.
just recently rezoned back to RTZ.
I'm not sure what month. It's been last year.
All right, so it's been about a year.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
From what it was.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Commission, any questions?
I've got just one more question for the applicant. Do you guys still plan to build townhomes, or you just doing the commercial first and seeing where it goes?
The building would be done first. We're not sure what we're going to do.
Okay. Okay.
Good.
Move to approve.
Do we have a motion to approve? I do have a second for that motion. Questions, comments before we vote? All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion does carry. Thank you. That concludes our business for today, but not the meeting. We do have staff updates.
Staff has no updates.
Staff has no updates.
Well, I've actually got an hour long. You got an hour.
No. Well, we do have time for
No
public comments on non-agenda items. Oh, buddy, don't ever turn your head because he might be standing there. We do have time for public comments on non-agenda items. Do we have anybody who would like to speak to the Planning Commission on non-agenda items today? Seeing none, thank you. I will take approval of the Planning Commission minutes of May 13th. Do you have a motion on those minutes? Do I have a second? They have a second. They will stand without objection. I will take a motion to adjourn. Whoa, oh, sorry. We got one more thing. Yeah.
Just an announcement that June 24th is the planning commission work session.
Yeah.
It will be at least before the next planning commission meeting.
Very good. Any other business before this commission, before we take a motion to adjourn? Seeing none, we'll take the motion to adjourn. We are adjourned. Thank you.